that have seen my videos on YouTube, most likely you saw those because of Dorian House. I very, very briefly did my own YouTube channel, and I just hate that platform. I don't want to use it. After spending some time dealing with it, it was such a headache. I hated using it, so I closed my YouTube down. And Dorian House is a sci-fi guy on YouTube. He approached me on Discord and asked for permission to re-upload all of the archived streams back onto YouTube. And yeah, he's the only one who's asked for permission to re-upload. There's a few other channels that have uploaded some of my stuff, but Dorian's the main one who went through and edited out all the breaks and things like that, and put together a playlist of a lot of the old archived VODs. So Sci-Fi Guy, aka Dorian House, if you're here through YouTube, usually thanks to him, so shout outs to Dorian. But yeah, let's get started. We're just gonna do a normal playthrough, maybe even easy, because the thing is, anytime I try to do these story playthroughs and I'm like, let's just do hardest difficulties, there's a lot of sections of the game where I want to stop and talk about stuff and show things, and it's a huge waste of resources to try to do that on hard mode as compared to normal or easy. And the point of this playthrough is not really to challenge ourselves and do hard mode. I've done plenty of hard mode playthroughs. You do crazy shit like that. You got a lot of you have seen me beat this with nothing but a katana for movement and weapon. We're not trying to challenge ourselves here. We're trying to take our time and show off, discuss as much of the game as possible. So we're actually just going to go through on easy. So again, just to kind of recap, Harry Mason, his wife, Jody, passed away, leaving him very depressed. He is told by his adoptive daughter, Cheryl, that he should take a vacation. She suggests the town of Silent Hill. So Harry is taking his daughter Cheryl for a vacation to the town of Silent Hill, crashes his car along the way, and well, upon arrival, really. And we see little glimpses of that throughout the intro, and it picks up right after the crash.
What was that? Who in the hell was that?
Haystack Hearn, thank you so much for the 17 months. Appreciate the resub. Welcome back. Let's go.
What was that? Who in the hell was that?
Cheryl, where could you be? It's strange. It's quiet. Too quiet. This place is like a ghost town. Cheryl. So it's strangely quiet. This town of Silent Hill, this bustling vacation town, is strangely quiet. Like a ghost town. And Cheryl is missing after the crash. And look at these graphics. This is why I'm on Duck Station. A lot of really, really nice graphic settings. Everything is bumped up for internal resolution.
Who in the hell was that?
Properly adjusted for widescreen. It's not stretched. Adjusted the actual FOV to fit. I'll get you for this. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. The resub. 4 months. Very much appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Food Pyramid. Food Pyramid, welcome back with the big 39 months. A Prime sub as well. Thank you. Thank you. Always good to see. Cheryl. Everyone always asks, who in the hell was that? Never ask, how did the Mongolian Empire fall apart? Hell. All persons are forbidden to trespass. Why does it look like it's written in like a horror font? Some kind of horror gamer. But yeah, I'm gonna be going through, as said, with these nice DuckStation emulated graphics. Look at all the detail and stuff that you really don't get to see in a lot of these textures when you're on like the original graphics. It's surprisingly detailed for stuff that, you know, at the time nobody was planning on anybody seeing it. All the little cracks in the glass and stuff. My car, too banged up to drive. Where's Cheryl? Hope she's safe. Harry's car, Jeep. Or more specifically, a YJ Wrangler. A lot of people might use things like that, models of the car and stuff like that, to try to pinpoint timelines to the series, but I'm not sure how I feel about that. I even used to go for those kind of details, and while I think it's a general idea of like kind of the year it's supposed to take place, I don't think it's meant to be so specific down to the year that a specific model of Jeep was made, because, you know, whatever year the game may take place in, it was made in 1999. So, and it's not necessarily our world. It's not necessarily our universe. Things might be different. The alternate universe where Silent Hill takes place. But interesting, you know, and it shows how dedicated a lot of fans really are to like trying to piece together things like timelines and all these little detail elements. Take our models, certain things like that into account to try to figure things out. Shows an extreme level of dedication. Very few games, I feel, have that sort of level of dedication from fans, where they start digging that deep into a lot of the details to piece together the world and the lore and things around the game that aren't necessarily as important as people might. The Jeep red and white, for some reason thought it was a dark blue or green. Yeah. It's like red and kind of off-white. Like a beige. Jeep itself looks dirty too. I don't know how much of that is supposed to be from Harry crashing through here. Most people don't drive brand new cars too. Also true. Quick question, are we taking only the game into account or also the play novel and novelization? Only the game. Only this game is being taken into account with all the stuff that I talk about. I might reference some of the stuff afterwards, like Silent Hill 3. But the play novel, there's so much weird shit in the play novel. Like, it's basically a fan fiction, more or less, like an official Konami stamped fan fiction. And the novelization also does a lot of deviation and stuff from stories and elements of the story. So I don't like to complicate things that much. I like to kind of keep it relatively within what's discussed and what's there in this game. The street is blocked. Can't get out of town through here. I was mentioning during my intro talking to everybody segment, a lot of the Silent Hill games, the protagonist is stuck in Silent Hill against their will. We can see this entire drive, like this whole road and overpass here, just completely like caved in. Interesting how it doesn't even look like just rocks fell and blocked it or anything like that. It's very unnatural looking compared to everything else. Was the town based on a real location? So the devs have commented on that over the years, and ultimately, no, there's not any like one specific real life location or town or anything that Silent Hill is based around. Now, there are elements and real things that have influenced it. The name Silent Hill comes from a prefecture in Japan called Shizuoka, which translates literally to Silent Hill. So the name sort of comes from a place in Japan. The structure of the town, the layout of the roads, is very typical of a lot of New England and like specifically around Maine towns, and they make references throughout the series that Silent Hill takes place in Maine. They give a Maine address on the, what is that, the Silent Hill 2 or Silent Hill 4 soundtrack. One of them gives a fake address for Heaven's Night, I think, and they list a Maine address. So they make little references throughout the series that this takes place in Maine, but it's not based on any one specific real town or location or city. It is its own original creation with a lot of different places sort of influencing it. Because the devs, you know, they took influence from so many different things. A lot of real world places, a lot of real world events, and a lot of horror and fiction as well. And they love to make references to it in the game. This is one of the first ones we see right here is the newspaper machine. You can see the headline for the paper in the machine. It says Bill skins fifth, which is actually a reference to Silence of the Lambs. You can actually see in Silence of the Lambs a newspaper with that same font headline, Bill skins fifth. So it's like, okay, the guys who made this game, they were big horror buffs. They read a lot of horror fiction. They watched a lot of horror movies, and a lot of them specifically got into that element of horror for the development of this game. They've talked about how they specifically were looking at fiction and horror that is American and Western, because it's a team of Japanese developers, many of whom had only ever lived in and known Japan, trying to make a horror game specifically tailored to American and Western audiences. So this, for example, there's other horror games and things that have come out of Japan that have like a Western setting, but you know, they'll make like a Japanese version first with Japanese dialogue and then translate it, you know, and redub the voices and things like that. Silent Hill is not like that. This game was always developed with Western audiences in mind, and I think that gives it a very unique sort of sense of horror, that it's this Japanese style of horror being presented through kind of an outsider's view of America. It's really, really interesting. I think it's what makes a lot of elements of Silent Hill fairly unique. And like stuff like the dialogue and the voices, they specifically, you know, there is no Japanese dub. There's no Japanese cast for the Silent Hill games. They're made in English first and foremost, and then translated. The text is translated for the different region releases. Got our 8 Mart. Give me a Slurpee from the 8-Eleven. Yep. Good old 8 Mart. Reference to the 7-Eleven chain of convenience stores, which also exist in Japan. 7-Elevens are pretty prominent around Japan. And either 7-Eleven or sometimes called 7 & I Holdings. But it's that color scheme and the stylized logo and everything. It's great. Don't have the map for this. Not yet. Eventually we will.
Cheryl? Is that Cheryl? Where are you going? Hey, wait! Stop!
Then we do see Cheryl, but acting strange. She's not responding to us. She runs off into the town, into the fog. Those footsteps just fade away. They're just gone. Let me go back and check out 8 Mart. I'd better follow Cheryl. No. Game won't let. Now you can break the game and get past this little forced turnaround point by opening the menu at the same frame that the text that stops you would pop up, and it lets you kind of explore the town a little bit early. You can find some interesting things. You can actually find Cheryl, like her model is just after it vanishes from this little sequence where she vanishes into the fog. Her model is just put to a different coordinate on the map, so you can actually go through and go find that coordinate where Cheryl's model is just, you know, been placed elsewhere. But we're not gonna do all that. Maybe another time. Kind of focus on more of the story, a little bit of the intended elements of the game without breaking it too much. I feel like they must have been watching Rosemary's Baby. I feel like any horror, like up to 1999 when they were, you know, making this game, it's very likely that if not the entire dev team, some people on the dev team were taking reference. So yeah, Rosemary's Baby, very likely candidate. There's a lot of more direct references to particular works that the devs have mentioned in interviews and stuff over the years. They've brought up David Lynch is a really big part of it. There is a lot of influence from David Lynch's work that's very prominent in this game. Things like the siren itself, which kind of became iconic for the series, comes from a David Lynch work called Industrial Symphony No. 1. The other big influence being Stephen King, which we get our first little nod towards that here. Some Pet Sematary, Stephen King's Pet Sematary posters on the walls. So these kind of little tucked away textures and references to a lot of interesting things throughout the town is a big part of why I love these games and kind of going through and exploring and looking at it all. And hey, crabs. Hey, what's up, Farah? LC. Well, what's up, everybody who's been getting in. I'm gonna do my best to try to keep up with chat, but that said, you guys know I'm gonna miss a lot because I don't shut up about these games. What's up, Taishi? We're diving into the lore today. This will be a pretty long playthrough. Usually these types of playthroughs go on for like at least 8 or 9 hours, possibly more, depending on what all I show, how long we stand around and talk about stuff. I can't go any further that way just yet. But man, look at this. Like, even with the widescreen format, I love being able to get these nice wide views, the buildings and the streets.
What was that? Who in the hell was that?
Oh, Doggo Disappointer, welcome back. Thank you so much for the Prime sub, that resub for 6 months. Thank you. Very much appreciated. It was foretold by gyromancy. It was. The gyromancy lets everybody know what's gonna happen. We'll talk some more about gyromancy later when we get to Dahlia, which is actually gonna be the first section of this since Phantom Snake. Took me a minute. Has Duck Station stabilized a bit better? Technically, yes, but it did not impact how Silent Hill 1 performs. So I did update. I'm using the newest version of Duck Station. And unfortunately, Silent Hill 1 still has some sections that cause it to crash if the graphics are turned up. So at least now I'm aware of where those sections are. So when we get to them, I can disable all of the graphic enhancements. We'll get through the cutscenes that cause those crashes, and then we'll turn all the settings back on. So when we get to Dahlia in the church later, that's the first section of the game. Those series of cutscenes, gate sound as you get close. When we get to that first series of cutscenes, or that first cutscene with Dahlia in the church, we'll bump all the graphics, turn all the settings off, get through that cutscene because that's one of the ones that crashes the game, and then turn everything back on and talk about some gyromancy. We're still a little ways away from that. I love how the sound cue of the gate, as though we just missed her. Cheryl was right there. She just went through the gate. But interestingly enough, we'll come to find out that Cheryl by this point is already not really Cheryl anymore. So as soon as you arrive back into the town and Cheryl is missing, she has already kind of become an aspect of Alessa. Again, she was one half of Alessa's soul, and now that she's close enough to the town's influence and Alessa's influence, Alessa is sort of manipulating the appearance of Cheryl, making it look like Cheryl is here in order to lead Harry where he needs to be in order to help her, in order to help Alessa. We'll get a little more into that. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. I like to jump ahead sometimes to kind of explain little aspects like that, but we'll try to keep things making sense as we go through in order. Hey, what's up, Demeter? Thank you for being here tonight. Good to see you as well. Not so good to see whatever happened here. Look at the mess. Scratches on the wall. I love how just an image can already start giving you so many ideas of what's going on. And then we've got that trademark. What becomes the trademark? Siren sounding off in the distance. Again, directly, utilized in reference to a work by David Lynch, Industrial Symphony No. 1, which I think is on YouTube. It was at one point. I haven't checked in a while, but might be able to pull that up and watch it if you're ever interested. Nicolas Cage is in it. Need any more reason to go and watch it? Very brief. It's a thing. Definitely cool and weird and David Lynch stuff. What is it? Some dialogue that actually changes here from version to version. The European version, his reaction to seeing this is slightly different. I think he actually says, like, Jesus, something. There's not like voice for it, but the text is different. We'll have to go through and do some of the another day, another time. We'll go through and do some comparison between all the different region releases of Silent Hill 1 and all the little differences, things that changed. The sounds. I love the detail to the sound, all the little individual things that give you different footsteps, sound effects. Walk over the bloody mess of stuff here and you get those nasty, wet, smushing noises. Wonderful moving camera. It's one of the main reasons that anytime I talk about defending tank controls, a lot of people really dislike tank controls, feel that they're old and archaic and hard to use. Maybe it's just because I'm old and archaic myself and got used to these being utilized in a lot of older games and stuff, but being able to do all of these unique camera angles that are shifting and moving and not having your controls attached to that moving camera. Because there's a lot of games that try to do these kind of camera things, but have more standard analog controls, or I guess more modern standard analog controls. And as soon as the camera starts moving, your controls start adjusting with that camera movement. I find that to be way more clunky and like hard to adjust to than just being able to consistently know that Harry is facing this direction. If I press up, he'll go in that direction no matter what the camera is doing. So you can get these nice cinematic camera changes and sweeps and great turn without affecting how you're moving through it. Camera angle that is so nice and visually pleasing that they used it for the Silent Hill movie. Took it. Okay, still go back through. That's strange. It's getting darker. Also getting louder. And listen to that sound as it starts getting darker. It's, on the one hand, it kind of sounds just like the rain is getting heavier. Like this storm is picking up. We can see all the rain falling, all these nice little droplets hitting the wet ground, separating out, which actually is a nice detail that we'll talk more about later, because the rain is dynamic depending on what texture it's falling onto. So if it falls onto, for instance, a metal grate type floor, you'll see it gather at the bottom of the metal and drip off instead of making these little pools. A lot of great little attention to detail for this game, especially for the time. Raining instead of snow, yeah. Come in and it's snowing, which we'll find out later is strange. It's out of season for snow. But mysteriously is snowing. And we'll go back and forth between snow, rain, fog, pure darkness. I love the environment sort of giving you clues to how things in this town are shifting around. You know, nothing seems to be right or consistent. Better than nothing, I guess. There's a lighter that is not in our inventory, and Harry, like, never ever uses again. Mysterious Dreamworld lighter. So now we can go back through here, and everything has changed on this side as well. They'll have this rain pouring down. The fence has been blocked off. A dead end? What the hell? Turns into Henry Townsend for a little bit. What the hell? Hey, Captain Blad. Hope you're doing well tonight. Gonna lurk and wake up slowly? Hell yeah, do your thing. Always good to see you, man. Oh, look at this. Another one of my favorite little visual details, these bugs, little flying insects. Coming over to Harry, they're attracted to the light. So they like to come over towards you when you've got the light source on. And later on, when we've got a light source we can turn off, this one we can't do anything with, but with the flashlight, you can turn it off, and there's bugs that will leave when your light is off and then come to you when the light is on. They use this again in Silent Hill 2, in a particular section of that game as well. And it makes me wonder, more than just being a nice, like, element of detail, it's a little bit of a hint towards an actual game mechanic as well. The same way these bugs are attracted to the light, enemies and monsters, as you go through the game, are attracted to your flashlight. They're more aggressive if you're near them and you have your light on. Whereas if your light is off, they don't detect you quite so soon and can give you more time to try to move past them or prepare a weapon or deal with them, as opposed to how aggressive they are when your light is on. And I wonder if that was most likely an intentional thing from the devs to try to hint, you know, things are attracted to light. Get this idea in your head just with these little insects at first, but then it plays a bigger role into the actual mechanics of the game later as well. I appreciate how they recreate this scene in the first movie. I've got my share of issues with the first Silent Hill movie. I don't think it's a good representation of this game or necessarily the series overall. But just kind of on its own, I can appreciate the first Silent Hill movie for what it is. They recreate some of these little scenes in a good amount of detail, copying these camera angles, the sound, and kind of the feeling of them. Even though the story itself is not really good or accurate. A broken wheelchair. What's this doing here? Broken wheelchair with a creaky spinning wheel. Another thing that gets repeated in later games. Kind of becomes a trademark. We're hitting all the trademarks. In the first, well, if you're playing this on your own, this would be the first, 5 minutes of the game. Of course, this is me doing an in-depth playthrough, so it's already been an hour, and we're not even out of the intro nightmare sequence, which is pretty standard for these in-depth playthroughs. But yeah, we're hitting all the stuff that becomes kind of the identity of the game right off the bat. We've got the fog, we've got the missing person, we have the shift to darkness being illuminated by a small amount of light. We've got wheelchairs, we've got mysterious bloody messes, things that are extremely out of place. I love this. You get to this point, more insects here that are attracted to the light, and a body laying on a gurney, surrounded by blood, bleeding through the sheet. Very out of place. Hospital gurney in the middle of this alleyway. What is it doing here? Why is this here? And you get that music, that industrial music kicking in. Love it. What's this? What do you think it is, Harry? Poke it with the stick. Find out. Can't go through there. No text or anything to tell you that the door is jammed or that you can't go that way, just that locked shaking gate sound. Telling you all you need to know. Alleyway's got more blood in it. Now the strings kick in. The industrial sound getting more intense. I love the build-up during this whole nightmare sequence. Even the fences seem to have blood strings of what looks like could be flesh stuck to them. Getting more and more intense. More blood. Music ramping up. Larger chunks of flesh on the ground now. To the point of like full-on torsos? Chunks of something.
What is this?
Body on the fence.
What's going on here?
Little bugs, little black bugs crawling around on the ground around it. What? What's this doing here? First look at enemies. The mumblers. Which, if you, again, is a difference. If you're playing the European or Japanese release, you don't see these mumblers. You see a later enemy called the Clawfinger. All the mumblers were replaced. For the versions outside of the US, where they thought the mumblers as they appear here too much resembled children, so they got replaced with the similar Clawfinger. And even to have the mumblers in the US version of this game required a lot of revisions. I think there were at least 4 revisions of that enemy design before what they finally settled on and were able to use for the US release. Even then, only the US release. Locked by a fence?
Was I dreaming?
How do you feel?
Oh, like I've been run over by a truck. But I'm all right, I guess.
Glad to hear it. You from around here? Why don't you tell me what happened?
Wait a second, I'm just a tourist. I came here for a vacation. I just got here. I don't know what happened. I'd like to find out myself.
Uh-huh.
Have you seen a little girl? Just turned 7 last month. Short, black hair. My daughter.
Sorry. The only person I've seen in this town is you.
Where is everybody?
I'd tell you if I knew, believe me. But from what I can tell, something bizarre's going on. That's all I know. What's your name?
Harry. Harry Mason.
Cybil Bennett. I'm a police officer from Brams, the next town over. The phones are all dead, and the radio too. I'm going back to call in some reinforcements. Hold it. Where do you think you're going?
My daughter. I've got to find her.
No way. It's dangerous out there.
In that case, I need to find her now. Cheryl's my little girl. I can't just leave her out there by herself.
Have you got a gun?
No.
Take this, and hope you don't have to use it. Now listen to me. Before you pull the trigger, know who you're shooting. And don't do it unless you have to. And don't go blasting me by mistake. Got it?
Yeah, thanks.
You do best to stay nearby. I'll be back with help as quick as I can.
Another thing, before I start talking about Cybil and everything else, spend the next 2 hours in this cafe. Cybil saying, don't use it unless you have to. Technically, you don't have to use the gun, or any gun, single time throughout the entire playthrough. Entirely possible to beat the whole game using only melee weapons. Hell, you can do it all with just the knife that we're about to pick up in this cafe. It's a huge pain in the ass to do it. Maybe we'll go through and do that one of these days. But we'll do the make Cybil happy playthrough where we don't use the gun at all because we technically don't have to. Understand why they did it gameplay wise, but it cracks me up that a trained police officer just hands a random civilian a handgun. Oh yeah, like they might have been able to think of some better ways to get Harry his initial weapon, but it is kind of funny that this cop is just like, you know what, you don't have a gun. There's weird shit out there in this town. You need to have a gun if you're going to go out there and look for your daughter. Here's a gun. And it's not her service pistol. Her service pistol is actually like a totally separate weapon. Totally separate gun. She just has an extra gun to give to Harry. Welcome to America, exactly. Our handgun. I know, look at them graphics. We're going to look at all these items as we pick stuff up in the at least she didn't give him a knife. Knife culture. Harry and his edged weapon. We'll go through and do the edged weapon playthrough another day. Handgun received from Cybil. Holds up to 15 rounds. Comes with one full clip, 15. This were in Japan, would there have even been guns? Yes, there are still, armed forces and things, ways to get guns. They're just way more controlled and way more rare. So, definitely wouldn't have a cop handing one out. Before we pick this stuff up, because that's going to kind of move things forward. take a look around this cafe. There's a lot of great little details. Oh yeah, and I should have some referential images. Second. Took the time to put all this together. We're doing the when we were doing the notes playthrough a couple years ago. Don't have it prepared. Yeah, we've got the Study Damn It poster, which we were talking about references, how all of the dev team, everyone on Team Silent are big horror buffs. They're very horror-minded horror fans, big horror fans. They did a lot of research on Western horror, specifically for this game, and they take a lot of influence from a lot of different sources, but specifically a lot from Stephen King. Oh God, I forgot. Tabbing out of this does weird stuff. That's going to be a little bit annoying to pull up images and stuff. But this is the origin of the Study Damn It poster that we see on the wall here in the cafe. This was a page advertisement, you know, made by Stephen King when he was in college. That is Stephen King himself. Crazy ass hair, looking a lot like me. Crazy hair and scraggly beard, wild smile, holding a shotgun, saying, "Study, damn it." Get a nice variation of that right here in the game itself. God damn it. Every time. Right. Might not show all of the reference images. I have to like reset the capture every time. That's annoying. But study, damn it. Stream, damn it. Oh, that would be great, doggo. I need to recreate recreate the study, damn it poster. Just say stream, damn it. That myself. Yeah, we got Stephen King himself right there in the game. Pinball machine. Nothing unusual. I'm not going to bother with the reference image because I don't want to have to keep resetting my capture for all these things. I'll do it for a few things here and there. If I did it for all of them, we'd be resetting the capture like way too often. But this is a Medieval Madness pinball machine. You want to look up and compare based on an actual existing pinball machine. For the hair, gonna have to be when it's rainy or right after waking up. Yeah. Not how it usually looks. Mine's not always so wild. When it's that length and it's like a humid day, pretty accurate. Now my hair is actually a lot longer. Right now it's the longest it's ever been. Hair is so thick that when it gets this long, it's hard for it to like go wild like that. It's too heavy. It just goes straight down. gather up some of our supplies here. Health drinks. Got a knife. Look at some things in the menu. Look at it. Higher resolution scaled items whirling around in the menus. How detailed they all look. Health drink supplies nutrition to recover a small amount of stamina. Kitchen knife. Hard to use, but better than nothing. Very hard to use. If you've ever tried to do a knife-only playthrough of this game, the very first enemy that we're about to encounter that you can actually fight back against, the air screamer, if you try fighting it with a knife, you are going to have a bad time. It is possible to kill it with the knife, but you have to be very, very particular about how you move and when you swing and time your attacks with the air screamer's attacks. It is very, very difficult. Some more little details around the cafe, kind of alluding to influences on the dev team. They love sticking these kind of little details around the environment. We've got Portishead posters stuck right here in the cafe. Portishead, wonderful band, and definitely very influential to the series composer, Akira Yamaoka. Yamaoka took a lot of influence from Portishead for a lot of the music, the down-tempo type of sound for a lot of the songs in this game and throughout the series. So we get a nice little reference to Portishead right here on the door. Or on the window. Other little details here. Portrait. Virgin Mary. Above the door behind the bar, leading back to the kitchen. With her creepy bleeding eyes. And I said, I don't want to jump ahead too much with some other stuff, but when we get to the Silent Hill 3 playthrough on Thursday, you can see there's a lot of parallels between Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 3. 3 is a direct sequel to this game. It takes place 17 years after the events of this game, and it parallels so many elements of this game, right down to the nightmare sequence and having your main character wake up in a diner with ketchup and mustard on the table. Very similar things there. Love all the parallels between Silent Hill 1 and 3. What about the katana playthrough? So you can't start with the katana. Like, even with New Game Plus and all of that stuff, you don't start unless you're using like cheats, cheat engine or whatever. You won't have the katana in your inventory until you go and you pick it up after this. So no matter what, you have, if you're doing a no guns playthrough, you would be forced to use the knife in this scenario, and then you can pick up the katana later. But you wouldn't have it available here in the diner by any normal means. Yeah, Harry's notes, Silent Hill 3. Before we pick this stuff up, let's go ahead and use this notepad, our save point. Since we're talking about Doggo brought up the notes. So examine the notepad, and Harry says, "Someday, someone may experience these bizarre events. Hopefully, they will find my notes useful. So someday, perhaps 17 years from now, someone may experience these bizarre events. They might go through a similar bizarre situation. And hopefully, if they do, if that happens to take place, they will find my notes useful. And it takes us to the save screen. The background is just an image of the notepad itself. And it's great. So you never get to see what Harry is writing down. All you get to see is that he's making a save. But his explanation is that he's writing down sort of his thoughts about his experience up to that point when you interact with these notepads. And that is your save point. When we revisit some of these areas in Silent Hill 3, I wish you got to see more of this town and these notes in Silent Hill 3, but they give you a couple. When you revisit them in Silent Hill 3 is Heather. Heather actually reads
Who in the hell
what
was
Harry
that?
was writing down, you know, on these notepads at that time. So you get to see like what Harry is writing here 2 games from now. Rachel, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Dat Boy from Texas. 365 gift subs in the channel. God damn, that is. Thank you so much, Rachel. What is up, Dat Boy? Hope you're doing well. Brother. What's up, Graveslave? Sinister Shadow. Reaver. Everybody who's here, I'm sorry. I know I'm going to miss a lot of stuff in chat. I'm going to do my best to try to keep up with everything. Y'all know how it is. It's going to be a long playthrough. A lot of talking about Silent Hill. So I'm sorry if I seem like I'm not getting to all the questions and answering everything and responding to everybody in chat. I'm doing my best. I do see you. If I stop to talk to everybody, whew, it would never end. Health drink here. Got tea? I do not. Right now I've just got some water. I'll probably go and make some tea whenever I take my first break. Flashlight. This last item up. That flashlight. Ooh. Anti-aliasing. Love how good this looks on this emulator. Little details on the textures. Sharp all the little edges and stuff look. And yeah, actually, good point. One thing I wanted to talk about was we just made a save in case things crash, because it does. Okay, so this is Duck Station. We can go through and look at all of the settings and stuff for the emulator, different things that you can do to play around with all the display settings and enhancement settings, adjusting the aspect ratio, putting on the FOV changer for the widescreen so that it's not stretched, it's adjusted for proper field of view. But specifically, we can go through here and just toggle disabling all of the enhancements so that I can kind of show, just in case you forgot, what Silent Hill looks like on PlayStation 1, more or less. Why I'm like, oh wow, all this stuff looks so good. Put that in the 4x3. Solid Snake 88, thank you for the brand new tier 1 sub. Very much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Very kind of you. Appreciate the support so much. Okay, here we are. Yes. Screen correct. And because I tabbed out to OBS, now I have to recapture things, stuff like that. There we go. Look at the difference. I mean, for the time, obviously, like, this still looks pretty good. I still, even on the original PS1 and everything, like, I love the way this game looks. But it's still impressive, super impressive to me, like, how much this DuckStation emulator can do. And if you're interested more about this emulator, you can type !duck in chat, and Harry Meowson should give you a link to the DuckStation wiki. You can read a little bit more about it. You can get a link on where to download it and play around with it yourself. Oh no, did it crash? Crashed. We crashed. All right, first crash of stream. Oh, wait, no? Just thinking real hard about it? Hey. Just got back home and it crashes. Maybe I'm cursed. Nope. It's fine. No curse. It didn't crash. It just had to really think about switching those settings while I had the menu open. Probably because the menu is actually at a different, like, aspect ratio than the gameplay. Like, this game has 3, like, different aspect ratios. There's the in-game, like, during gameplay. There's when you have the menu open, and there's FMVs. They all are different, which is why this game historically has a lot of issues running on emulation and stuff. But yeah, DuckStation, it's not perfect. There's some parts of this that we're gonna have to turn off enhancements in order to get past some crash points. But for the most part, it works all right, and it looks amazing. It is working. Residential area map. Give. Get this nice reverse shot of the window. There it is. Just to give you a little glimpse, once you pick up that map, you get that reverse shot of the window. Something just flying past. Very briefly. You don't get a good idea of what it is. I do love that. And it's worth pointing out, a lot of people make the comparison, the most common comparisons for other horror games, especially for the time, is usually to the Resident Evil series. Silent Hill and Resident Evil, very side by side for a lot of fans. Silent Hill, did Resident Evil 2 liquor window first? No. Resident Evil 2 liquor window was first. Keep in mind, Silent Hill came out in 1999. By this point, Resident Evil 1 and Resident Evil 2 had already been out for a few years. So this was, sort of Team Silent probably taking a lot of influence from Resident Evil for a few aspects of how the game works and how they handle a few different things. They definitely borrowed some influence and things from Resident Evil, I would say. those little hints at something going past the window. Very reminiscent of the Resident Evil 2 liquor. But yeah, I think they do that very well. I also usually point that out with the map when we leave and look at stuff on the map. There's kind of a little Resident Evil feel to things being looked at and marked on the map. Which, when it happens, I'll talk a little bit about it. Last thing. Diner. A radio. Is it broken? Can't hear anything. Well, it's broken. Harry doesn't want to pick it up. Guess it's time to leave.
What's that? Huh. Radio. What's going on with that radio? This is not a dream. What's happening to this place?
Nope. This is not a dream. This is not a nightmare sequence. Beginning. There is some crazy shit going on. Have to deal with. Get our first real enemy encounter outside of the nightmare sequence. Air screamer. Like weird mutated pterodactyls. And again, oh man, look at all the little details on it. You can see all the little veins on the wings. Stuff that's a lot harder to make out. The original PS1 rendered graphics. Our clue, this was going to happen. That radio, that broken radio that suddenly started making noise. Air screamer got close. Now that Harry realizes that, there's a pocket radio. Take it. Pocket radio. You can switch it on or off. Actually turn this off if you don't want the sound of the radio during the playthrough. Which can add to some of the experience a little bit. It's a little bit weird when you get used to playing this game a lot and then playing it without the radio, because the portable radio emits static when monsters are near. Really interesting idea. Interesting mechanic. Legate, you mentioned that in chat. Can I comment on what a great idea the radio is? I completely agree. I think the radio is a really great idea. So not only does it give you a good purpose, like it is a great utility item, you know that something is nearby that you're going to have to deal with because the radio starts emitting static that gets louder as enemies get closer. Especially if you're going through, a lot of the enemies can be like some of the bugs, crawler bugs that bite at your feet if you're walking around certain parts where the game is very dark, and especially if your light is off, they can be really hard to see. So the radio can kind of give you an idea that these hard to see creatures are near because of the camera angles themselves. And you have things like air screamers flying at you from off screen in multiple directions, or dogs suddenly running and leaping at you at awkward angles where your camera might not necessarily be seeing them. You have an idea of something dangerous being near you and getting closer thanks to the radio, other than just being good utility and having a good useful purpose. It adds to the fear. It adds to the horror aspect, so that even before you see something, you know something dangerous is close by, and you start becoming afraid. It affects you to hear that going off and going, oh no, there's something close by. So I love that it serves not only a practical use, but also adds to the atmosphere of the game. Because it's such an unnerving sound in itself. Your God. I'm playing this on the Duck Station emulator. You can actually type !duck in chat for some more info on that. It's a PlayStation 1 emulator with a lot of graphic enhancements. So now we know what we're in for. We know that there's monsters in this town. We can defend ourselves with our gun. Gotten everything out of the cafe. Let's go look for our daughter, Cheryl. Where could Cheryl have gone? I guess I'll check that alley again. Here's the Resident Evil map. Look at the cyber eye. Zoom in just to draw a little red arrow on the map. Mark it Cheryl. I feel like that's very like Resident Evil, because the map in like Resident Evil 1 is that sort of digital map. It's like a little computer map of the Spencer Mansion that kind of has that border zooming in and zooming out effect. And I feel like that's kind of a little borrowed thing. Not so direct, but kind of, it feels a little out of place in this game. And I think they handle that better with Silent Hill 2. Silent Hill 2 still has the like zoom in on a part of the map and your character writes something on the map, makes notes and marks things. So, yeah. And I love that that's a thing also in most of the Silent Hill games. Almost all of them is your map updating with handwritten notes. Like, Harry marks the cafe. He puts the X at the top of Bachman Road where we started. Because he already knows that is blocked off. He writes down where to go and check things out next. So it really helps you kind of keep your bearings of what you've explored and where you're going next without just being like, you know, a big flashing arrow or anything like that. It's a little more realistic of just, you figure something out, you make a note on your map. Hey, what's up, Deus Ex? It has been a while. Hope you're doing well. Always good to see you. Got an ammunition? And now, go and explore the town. So let's, before we go check out our marker for where Cheryl was last seen, that strange alleyway from our nightmare, let's go back to where we started and check out the convenience store. Now we can actually go inside the 8 mark. There's the radio kicking in, letting us know there's an enemy nearby. And look at this. Do you see it? Do you see the enemy? Where's the enemy? The radio's letting you know that it's there. But visually, like, your guess is as good as mine. I love that element. Love that it's just something that instills a bit of horror and a bit of suspense already. But it's also letting you know, and there it is. Then you see it sitting up on top of the trash can, taking off into flight. Give him a kick and a back hop. Look at the texture on the face, all the little teeth, eyes. There's so much detail on these enemies that you don't normally really get a chance to look at in default PS1 graphics, you know? Love it. Hey, what's up, Sublime? Alright. 8 Mart. That box of bash. Drinks. Get some ice cream. Magazines on the shelf. Rotary. Oh yeah, I love Rotary magazine. All the great rotary phone full page spreads. Don't know what bash is. On a box of it. First aid kit. Plenty of supplies. Yeah. Trying to decide if I want to do a whole nother set of saves, individual saves, but for this playthrough, there's only a couple spots where I'm gonna gate and make a save point. From the 8 Mart. Let's go check out the alleyway where Cheryl was. Actually, go double check our Jeep while we're here as well. Jeep, too banged up to drive. Cheryl. Health drink. Get supplies by coming back and revisiting. Air screamer. Oh, you missed. There you go. That fucking kick animation. Love it. Nothing else over here. Another air screamer kicking me in the face. So there are a few air screamers like this that pretty much only spawn if you explore certain parts of the map and go to particular areas. In an early version of this game that's available out there, it's known as the trade demo. Even though it's called a demo, it is actually the full game. It's just like a retail release version of Silent Hill 1, so there's a lot of interesting, significant, little changes here and there. In the trade demo version of Silent Hill, there were these roving gangs of air screamers, where there's like 3 or 4 air screamers that if you spend too long walking around and exploring stuff, these gangs of air screamers would just come and start fighting you. So you couldn't really stick around anywhere in the town too long without them showing up. And in that group of air screamers, there would usually be one air screamer that is much, much stronger than all the normal air screamers. So whereas right now they're sort of taking like 3 shots, 4 shots, and a stomp to kill, you would have this one out of all of those that'll take 12 shots, you know, or more, and have much more health and do much more damage when it hits you, which they do keep that air screamer group in the final release version, but it's only in one specific area in the game, and I'll point it out when we get to it later. But in that early version, in the trade demo, that group of air screamers could just show up pretty much anywhere. Anywhere in the open town, anyway. So really, really interesting mechanic that kind of mostly went cut from the final retail versions. And here we get a new enemy. After seeing the air screamers, we now have our dogs. Kind of look at their downed animations, or I immediately stomp them. One of those things we don't take the time to look at. I have little death animations as well. Again, all the detail on it, the little ribs on its neck. I'm gonna see like the bones underneath the skin. The skinned dogs kind of become a recurring enemy type in some of the later games as well. I love that animation. You shoot them out of the air and they go flying back. Gonna try and sleep, going full lurk. Nighto. Alright, have a great night, Rachel. Thank you again so much for being here and for all the love and support. Thank you, thank you. Hope you can get some good sleep. Of course, we see our dog enemies right before the gate. Beware of dog sign. Harry no longer comments on that bloody mess. Yes, because he's familiar with it now. Remembers it from his nightmare. Check out the alleyway here, or at least part of it. Gun ammunition. On harder difficulties, there's actually dogs in this alleyway, a few more extra enemies. And we pick up our second melee weapon, since the knife is pretty much garbage. We get our first decent melee weapon, the steel pipe. Again, becomes kind of a staple of the Silent Hill games, having your steel pipe to hit things with. 3-foot long steel pipe, long range, but of limited use. He says limited use, but honestly, like, this is a decent weapon. This is not terrible. The amount of range, decent amount of speed. Just look at that pose. Multiple attacks. stick with our trusty hand for now. Sketchbook cover. This picture. It's me. So we've got the drawing block, Cheryl's sketchbook, with a lovely, lovely drawing of Harry Mason cover. Looks just like him. The first picture that Cheryl drew in the sketchbook that I gave on her 5th birthday. A page torn from that sketchbook. To school. Written in possibly blood. Something red.
Isn't this Cheryl's sketchbook? She's at the school.
Enhance. I love the blue border, zoom and enhance. So there's Midwich Elementary School. Marked on the map. Have to make our way over there. First time I played this, thought it was 2 sausage links. Yeah, it's like 2 sausage links sitting on a plate. Breakfast. Nope. It's none other than our hero, Harry Mason. Drawn by Cheryl at the age of 5. Any hot tub streams? No plans. What's up, DJ? Bobby Ricks. Someone said sausage? Yay, Tiny Wolf's here. Just in time to talk about sausage. Hope you're doing well. Having a good night so far. Hey, what's up, Eternal? Been here, but suddenly sausage happened. Perfect time to make yourself known. All right. So now we need to get to Midwich. Let's do this in kind of the actual sequence of events. Because we need some things in order to get to Midwich. A lot of the roads are going to be collapsed. Is that David Bowie? Is that James Charles? Bookstore. There's going to be roadblocks, collapsed roads, a lot of things blocking our way from just going, directly to Midwich. Kind of make it look like, oh, you just run along Finney Street, way over to Midwich, and head down. Get kicked in the face. But, yeah, then this. We've got to find a way over to Midwich. Need to sort of explore the town. I like that they encourage town exploration, like right off the bat. I know so many people, especially back in the day, who played this game and they're like, I spent so much time in the very beginning of the game. And for some people that was a bad thing. They got turned off from the game because they're like, I couldn't figure out where to go. I couldn't figure out how to progress. And for a lot of people it was the opposite, where, you get to wander the town and sort of find things and explore as you go. But I like that. I like that they encourage you to sort of run around and explore the town to find what you need to progress for this whole intro segment and initial exploration part of the game. Probably a doghouse, though I'm not sure, since there's no dog around. That amazing Mason family element of deduction. Probably a doghouse. Obviously there's no dogs around. Only these dog-shaped monsters. So it might not be a doghouse. It could be something else entirely. Maybe a very small person lives there. Maybe it's a baby house. Nothing in particular around. Can't even squish him. He's gone. But because we have this significant doghouse, if we explore, check the front door of the actual house, we'll see that it's locked. So we have this one house where if you were going through and checking all of the houses and all of the doors, you'd realize that pretty much all of them you can't interact with at all. But this one you can. It's locked. We'll have to come back to it. And I feel like this was kind of the general way that most people would have tried to explore the town, kind of from left to right, because you get your clue to go to the school. The most direct way to the school from the alley on Finney Street is to just go all the way left over to Midwich and then go south. You run into that, collapsed road. So then you go down Levin Street so that you can check Matheson Street, if that goes over to Midwich. So you'd come down here, check this road. Again, I love these dynamic camera angles. Not only give you a great shot of everything, but to emphasize items and areas of importance, get you a clue of where to go and what to look for without just being like text on the screen or a big flashing arrow saying, hey, go here, do this. There's no objective list of what you're looking for. You're just sort of exploring. And then every once in a while, hey, the camera changed. What's this thing? What are these pieces of paper over here? Which also look to be sketchbook pages from Cheryl's notebook, Cheryl's sketchbook. Doghouse, Levin Street. Blank pages that Harry does not comment on. And another dead end. But now, we got that clue about the doghouse by exploring this direction, so we can go back, check it out a little bit closer. There's something that we missed. By we, I mean Harry thinks that this probably is a doghouse. Now that he's got the clue note, he investigates it a little bit closer. The house key hidden in the doghouse. Give it. Hey, what's up, Queen? Good morning. Hope you're doing well today. Note, school, written in Cheryl's handwriting. House key hidden in the doghouse. unlock 11th Street house. Explore a little bit further. And this would be the point where in a New Game Plus run, if we were doing Katana or, Katana, Whoosh Percent run through, you would have this door open. Now it's going to be locked. No key for it. A Game Plus unlockable room that's only accessible for New Game Plus. Go and get the Katana. Let's finish looking at stuff before we save. Pick up all the ammo. Again, people commented, welcome to America. You meet a cop who just gives you a gun, has no idea who you are, but she trusts you with a gun. And all these houses that just have bullets everywhere. Three locks. There are 4 lights. So we've got a door locked with 3 locks. Got a map with some markings on it. Keys for Eclipse. Something is written on the map hanging on the wall. Copied it to the map. So again, I like that sort of have practical use of things on the map. All these things that we've explored. The top of Bachman Road. The alley where we saw Cheryl in the nightmare. The 11th Street house. Locks. Midwich Elementary. The locked ends of Finney Street, Matheson. But now there's 3 new marks copied over from this map, labeled keys for Eclipse. So we need 3 keys, and we have 3 new marks on the map. There is where we're going to find our keys. Red arrow up at the top right of Finney Street. Alleyway next to the bay where we woke up. And right there at near the intersection of Elroy Street, Locked Street. Look at that TV. Power must be out. Doesn't work. Doghouse. This whole house is just the doghouse. Want to go back to bed? I feel ya. It's been rainy, nasty weather here for me, which always just makes me want to sleep all fucking day. And I, a few hours ago, took a nap before making dinner and doing some other stuff before starting the stream. It was so hard to get out of bed. Alley here, Matheson. Enemies in there. Our radio letting us know there's danger. This time we'll just avoid it. Can't avoid everything though. There's a lot of air screamers and dogs and stuff just kind of throughout the town now. The town is actually dangerous, just like Cybil said. Still gonna stop and Hey, what's up, Adrian? Actually awake during one of your streams. Living the dad schedule makes it impossible to match your schedule. Hey, I know how it goes. It doesn't work for everybody, but I tend to be more comfortable with the late night, night owl schedule and streams. So we'll be doing this for a little while, but everything will be archived. There will always be VODs for anybody who isn't able to catch it all. I appreciate you being here and catching even just a little bit of it. Queenburger. Ambaga. Also, Bachman Road, reference to Stephen King's alias Richard Bachman. Published many books under the name. Demi Rowe. Whitney, thank you so much for the raid. Very much appreciated. Hope you're doing well. Hope the Resident Evil Village stream was a good one. Thank you so much. Welcome, everybody. Coming over from Whitney's channel. Very much appreciate that. Hope you're all doing all right tonight. For anybody new here, I'm NubZombie. I've been doing Silent Hill in-depth playthroughs, speed runs, and lots and lots of Silent Hill content for the last 7 years almost on Twitch. And yeah, tonight we're doing some Silent Hill 1, going through and doing an in-depth story playthrough. We're discussing all the story elements, talking about some of the development history, showing off Easter eggs and little references. Lots and lots of discussion about the Silent Hill games. And I'm going to be going through the whole series, all the main games this week and next week. So if Silent Hill is your jam, you'll most likely be pretty happy hanging out here. And Techie, immediately, we're getting all the raids now. Techie, thank you so much for the raid. Also playing some everybody's on that Resident Evil Village grind. I'll get to it eventually. I'll eventually do some Resident Evil Village. Probably not until like next month or so, but hope everyone's been enjoying it. Hope you had a good stream, Techie. Always good to see you here. Thank you so much. We're just checking out Poston Market. Didn't expect the double raid. Yeah, exactly. Gave Hirimi a chance to snipe that. Shout out. But yeah, for those of you already here watching me, if you're not already following Whitney, Kemi Rowe, definitely go check out Kemi Rowe. Go follow. Whitney is a longtime member, prolific pillar in the Silent Hill fandom community. Super knowledgeable on the series. Still does a lot of streams. We need to like do some stuff together at some point. Not even just Silent Hill. You also play Dead by Daylight. I play a lot of Dead by Daylight. We need to play some stuff together at some point. And Techie, if you guys are not already following Techie, please go and also follow Techie. Of course, another longtime Silent Hill horror buff, one of the OG Silent Hill speedrunners, and just an amazing dude in general. Please go follow Kemi Rowe, go follow Techie. They're both great people. And a literal otter. Thanks you guys for the raids. Very much appreciated. Yeah, we're going through, we're checking out Silent Hill, we're exploring the town, pointing out references. We talked about it earlier, but Bill Skin's fifth reference to Silence of the Lambs, Buffalo Bill, and it's lots of little horror references. We pointed out the Bachman Road right as the raids were happening, of Stephen King's Aliases. So many little horror nods and references that Team Silent put throughout their series, and in this game in particular, there's so many references, and like very direct ones. You don't just have small references to Stephen King. You've got a picture of Stephen King in the diner where Harry wakes up. You've got the poster for Portishead, very influential band that influenced a lot of Akira Yamaoka's music style. That he carries on throughout the Silent Hill series. We're going to be going through and pointing out a lot of these references. Yo, DJ Rebirth rating as well. Someone not playing Resident Evil Village, playing some Fatal Frame. Very nice. Hope the stream went well. Hope you were enjoying some Fatal Frame. We're at the Ghoul store right now. DJ Rebirth, thank you so much for the raid. Another amazing, amazing streamer you guys should go and follow. Please, please go check him out. Hope your stream was going well. Was fantastic. Nice. Glad it's going well. Enjoying some Fatal Frame. I still need to go through the rest of the Fatal Frame series. We've streamed the first two games on this channel a long time ago, 4 or 5 years ago at this point. Me and my friend Jubes went through Fatal Frame 1 and Fatal Frame 2. And personally, I've only ever played the first 3 Fatal Frame games. Outside of that, I didn't play anything after that. So we'll need to get to those at some point too. So got our map marked. Found the map showing the keys for the Eclipse. We need 3 keys to open a door with 3 locks. This is our first mark on the map. Again, I love these camera angles. Shifting camera angles just to like emphasize things to look for. Zooming right in on that key in the mailbox. Got our key of Scarecrow. Key to the garden of the house, found in mailbox blocked by a fallen tree. And again, look at the detail. I love the DuckStation emulator, like all these graphic enhancements, all the details on the items and the menus. It all just looks so crisp. So crispy. Health drink for our troubles. I can get around the stairs. Other than our little fallen tree pathway here. Which, by the way, look how much of a boss Harry is, right? Let's look. Walking across a fallen tree. Getting across a gap. He doesn't stick his arms out. He doesn't balance. He's not like, whoa, whoa. He's not screaming shit as loud as he can, like Murphy Pendleton. He just does it. He just walks across. It's just a tree across a gap. No big deal. And got dead end already marked on our map. Head north here. Go back onto Matheson and into that alleyway, heading back up towards the convenience store. That's a tree. Always thought it was a wooden board. For a long time, so did I, Yoshio. And you can make out like the actual individual branch and in the item description for the key, blocked by a fallen tree. So it's not just like a board laying across there. It's like an actual tree. But it sounds more like just a wooden board, even with your footsteps going across it. It looks very much like it. Yeah, it's a whole ass tree. Don't even want a mod list, just want to sit back with popcorn and experience. Oh, like if you're curious about playing the game and all the stuff that I'm using, it's just one emulator with all the graphic settings sort of built in. If you type in !duck, my bot will link you to the wiki page for DuckStation, the emulator that I'm using. So you want to download it, mess around with it yourself, and learn more about it, right there in chat for you. And obviously it's a general PlayStation 1 emulator, so if you don't want to use graphic enhancements and you want to play stuff closer to its original graphics, it functions perfectly well in that capacity, but it's also got a lot of really nice things to play around with to make it look this, and you can do it for pretty much any PlayStation 1 game. I've tested out a few when I was messing around with the emulator. This game looks amazing. Metal Gear Solid looks amazing. It's a great way to go back and revisit a lot of PlayStation 1 classics with a nice new sort of visual appeal. Time for bed. Enjoy the rest of the game. Oh, we absolutely will. We'll be here for like another 9 hours going through this game and talking about everything. But thank you again so much for the raid. Hope you get some good sleep. Have a good night, Whitney. Thank you so much again. Remember a stream where someone had a Murphy Scream prompt in the chat during their Downpour stream? Prompt in the chat? Oh, like a command that would trigger the Murphy Scream? I know I've used it for alerts in the past. Dog's head. Look at the big bloody splatter on the backboard there. Somebody playing basketball with a dog's head. Just a grotesque scene with no other context. But it draws your attention and lets you find the key of Woodman. So our second out of 3 keys for the eclipse. Key to the garden of the house, found in the basketball court. The Key of Woodman. These are references to the Wizard of Oz character. We have the Scarecrow. We have Woodman, or the Tin Man. A lot of people would know him. One more marker to go and check out. Top right of Finney Street. Nice, Queen. To play with ROM Station, I'll try Duck Station. Thank you for the discovery. Yeah, no problem. I only recently discovered DuckStation myself. It's a relatively newer PS1 emulator. For the longest time, I used EPSXE, which was like my PS1 emulator of choice. For all of its flaws, it was at least easy to set up and typically pretty stable. But honestly, like, this emulator is just so impressive to me so far. There are some compatibility issues with a few things. As I said, it's still pretty early in its development, but they're constantly updating it and making it better and adding features, adding more compatibility. For the most part, it's pretty stable. There are definitely some things that cause crashes. We almost had a crash earlier just trying to change graphic settings while I had the menu open, which caused it to like hang for a long time. It didn't quite crash, but it was there hanging for a long time, making me think it was going to crash. There's a few points. There's 3 points throughout Silent Hill 1. Particular cutscenes that, for whatever reason, if you have graphic enhancements enabled, the game will crash when you get to those cutscenes. So when we get to those scenes, I'll disable the effects, we'll get through the cutscene, and then I'll re-enable all of them. So it's not perfect. It's definitely not perfect, but it's pretty good. And as I said, when it is working, just look at this. So impressive. So much detail that you get on the textures and everything. We've got our third key now, the Key of Lion, key to the garden of the house, found in the patrol car's trunk. Go. Lion, Tin Man, Scarecrow. I want to say there's like some text you can kind of see here on the back end of the police car where it says traffic div, like traffic division. I think in the early pre-retail version of this game there was a trade demo that was basically like, before the game fully released for retail, they sent out copies of it to magazines for reviews and things like that. And that trade demo version has a lot of things that were changed for the final retail version. And I want to say that the cop car originally said Boston Police. Like, it was a specific city or county that was on the side of the police car. I don't remember exactly what it was. I think it was Boston or something. But yeah, we'll have to go through the trade demo again at some point. It's been a while since I've done a stream of that. It's interesting to go through when you're really, really familiar with Silent Hill 1. Going through the trade demo and looking at all the differences and things are pretty interesting. It's cool to see all the stuff that got changed and kind of altered before the final retail version. I say final retail versions, but even when you get to the retail version, there's a lot of changes that were made from the US release to the European release to the Japanese release. They fixed little bugs and altered some text and changed little things here and there. Some things much more noticeably, like the mumblers, the little childlike enemies that you see in the nightmare sequence and later in Midwich, are not in the game at all. The European and Japanese versions, they're replaced with the clawfinger enemies that we see in the sewers much later on, because they were deemed too childlike for those region releases. And a lot of those games at the time had to be very, and even now have to be very kind of specific and careful about depictions of violence towards children. One of those things that's much more of an issue, not so much in the United States, but in a lot of other regions. Was the dog Toto? I mean, it is the dog house. There's probably a dog house, but Harry's not sure since there's no dog around. Poor Toto. Poor Toto. Now we have our 3 keys and proceed through the door to the eclipse. And call it the door of the eclipse for a very good reason. It was just daytime, snowing, it was foggy, but it was daytime. Now, very suddenly gets dark. It's getting dark again? What's going on? There's our flashlight coming into use. See, without it, pretty dark. You can still see okay. And on original PlayStation 1 graphics, especially on like a CRT TV back in the day, it was like almost pitch black when you walk around without your light on in a lot of these areas. Of course, I've got things brightened up through the emulator settings and for the stream itself so that everybody can kind of see things more clearly, since a lot of the details and things I try to point out are hard to see otherwise. But just to give an idea, you know, like, oh, you don't really need the flashlight. Unless you're playing on an emulator with these settings and everything, you really kind of do. You also can't interact with items. So like picking up these health drinks, if I choose not to pick it up, turn my flashlight off, I'm mashing the button, and Harry doesn't even know it's there. It's too dark. True, Grimmy. Violence towards kids is a big no-no in a lot of countries, and as said, it's even in the United States. U.S. is a bit more lenient on it compared to a lot of others, but yeah, it is still one of those controversial sort of elements, which is why you don't see it very commonly in a lot of media in general. And when you do, it usually make a big stink about it. All this blood. Nope, we made our way through, and now we can get to Midwich Street. We can finally get to Midwich Elementary School. When there are deaths of kids, there's a reason it's never graphic or even on screen most of the time. True, but think about it. There are a lot of things that a lot of games and media that still kind of get away with it, and usually it's especially heart-wrenching because those things are so uncommon. Think about like the beginning of The Last of Us, with Sarah's death. Things like that. They especially hit hard because it's such an uncommon thing to see. So blatantly depicted. But they's demon kids. Yeah, but even demon kids back then looked a little bit too much like not demon kids, so... Because even for the US release, the Mumbler enemies had to go through so many revisions before they settled on a design for them that was acceptable. there's an interview with the developers where they mention that they had to run everything through an ethics committee before it was approved to be put into the game. And that was the biggest hurdle to overcome out of everything that they had to submit to the ethics committee were the Mumbler enemies. They had to redesign them over and over and over and over before finally settling on something that the art team was happy, that the dev teams were happy with, and that the ethics committee permitted for them to include in the game. Go ahead and make a new save here before we enter Midwich itself. Yeah, the fact that you're in control of shooting and attacking them, that it takes place in a school, there's a lot more in the context that kind of goes along with that. Why it was controversial, especially for the time. Silent Hill 1 have any jump scares at all? A couple. There are a couple. One, I would say one of the most prominent ones is actually coming up here in the school. But for the most part, it doesn't rely a whole lot on jump scares. It's more about this atmosphere. Things maybe being there in the fog. Your radio starts going off and you don't really see where something is yet. The music, like, listen to this audio building up since we came through the door to the eclipse. And we have this creepy atmospheric audio. This very dark, atmosphere surrounded by enemies. It's more about the oppressive atmosphere and the audio and the visuals overall kind of building up a fear rather than a sudden thing to make you jump. They do use a couple of jump scares, but not a whole lot. It doesn't rely on them. Is it true the bus is a reference to Kindergarten Cop? It is. In fact, so one issue with this emulator is whenever I try to tab out to show things, it freezes the capture, and I have to reset the capture in OBS. So it's kind of a pain in the ass to show my reference images. I'll have to mess around with some of the settings and things with the emulator to see if there's a way to get around that. But I'm not going to bring up every reference image that I've got for this game, because if I did, I'd have to reset the capture like over and over and over constantly. But I'm going to show a few key ones here and there. And since you brought up the Kindergarten Cop thing, I should have that here. So let me grab that reference image. Do I have the one with all of them together? Yeah. So this way I can kind of show them all at once and then just point them out as we go through this segment of the game, because they're pretty much all just right here around the school. We are. Right here is the bus. So on the left is Kindergarten Cop. On the right is Silent Hill 1. Same model bus, same number of bus. They're both bus 7. So, direct reference. It's not like coincidental type things. They used Kindergarten Cop as a reference for American schools, for how to design the building, for the types of things that you would find in an American school, the types of posters that would be in the hallways, the look of the classrooms, all of those elements that the dev team needed references for. And out of all the things that they used for reference, they used the Schwarzenegger movie Kindergarten Cop. That we can see there's the bus. Here's another shot showing the first aid poster, Kindergarten Cop on the left, and the infirmary shelf on the right. It's the entire shelf, actually. That whole silver metal cabinet, the placement of the poster on it, is exactly the same in the infirmary in the school. The no alcohol, no drugs on campus poster, warning poster, copied over exactly. The dog, like a poster with a picture of a dog with some text on it. This sort of space swirl, galaxy swirl poster. And even the design of the school itself. Intro or entryway to the school. That same archway, the torches on either side. The double red doors with the rectangular windows up above, the staircase in front of it with the rail directly down the middle. So they took a lot of reference for how to design their American school from the movie Kindergarten Cop. So you just find a lot of similar elements between the two. Pretty interesting. Arnold did TV commercials in Japan. He was huge over there. Which, yeah, that's true. Definitely makes sense. I didn't know you respawn. Actually, that wasn't a respawn. I think that's the one that was by the bus originally, and he just finally wandered over here. But yeah. It's a little bit hard to see normally, but we get a decent shot of it with the widescreen. We can't quite see the top of the archway. You can see those style of torches on the left and right side there. Just the whole design of the entryway to the school. Exactly the same like the school in Kindergarten Cop. So we can see some of those elements, those posters that were pointed out are right there. Map of the US. Get it? It's America. It's an American school. All right. Elementary, we got our school map. Just like the DBD map. And I will say, like, I'm a really big fan of Dead by Daylight as well. I play a lot of DBD on this stream. I'm getting close to like 3,000 hours in that game. I've been playing it since launch. Still play it. When they released the Silent Hill chapter, I was curious about, you know, how accurate the Dead by Daylight map would be when I heard that they were going to be using Midwich, and it is surprisingly accurate. There's a lot, like the layout and everything is pretty much more or less where it's supposed to be, with a few things changed to make it a playable, well, quote-unquote playable Dead by Daylight map, but it's surprisingly accurate, and they stuck a lot of little Easter eggs and references into the Dead by Daylight map. So you can definitely tell the guys over at Behavior are big fans of Silent Hill, and they definitely put in their research to put that map together. Are all American schools built in a square style? Not all, but it is a relatively, I would say, common sort of layout, having your hallways with classrooms separated from teachers' rooms, infirmaries, having a commons or a courtyard in kind of a centralized area. Obviously, it varies a lot. The United States is a huge country, and, architecture and things are going to change pretty, dramatically from place to place. But it's not uncommon. Like, I wouldn't be, this does not seem weird to me as a school layout. Yours was an outdoors school. See, that's one of those things that depends on region. If you live in an area where the weather is usually not extremely cold during winters and things like that, you'll have a lot of outdoor schools. I live in Texas. Texas very rarely gets that cold, so a lot of our schools are outdoors too. The middle school that I went to was mostly outdoor hallways and what are called portables, which are like little mini buildings that are all individual and separate outside as part of a larger sort of, not courtyard, but it's more just like a big outdoor area with a lot of segmented buildings. So you'd have like a main building where the offices and stuff like that were, and then you'd have separate portables for different classes and different grades and other things that were completely separate from the rest of the school, like athletics buildings and way out by football fields that you'd have to walk to from the main buildings. So that's pretty common here. But then if you go to like Wisconsin, schools are not really outdoors because a lot of the times it's very cold, and you wouldn't want your kids walking out from building to building out in, blizzards, horrible cold. So they're much larger indoor schools where everything is more like this, where everything would be inside an overall larger building. UK schools have no standard, it's just a mess. I guess that's kind of what I'm trying to say about American schools too. There's no real standard. Like, they're different everywhere. They're different everywhere. But the design of this school, for example, it doesn't strike me as like odd or out of place. Or Ronaldo Gordon. This must be the list of teachers. I want to go to this school where the members of the band, the Sonic Youth, are teachers, because this is another musical reference. So yeah, the band Sonic Youth is or Ronaldo and Gordon. Little musical reference. And actually, I asked, was that Ito? Yeah, I asked Ito on Twitter. I love Masahiro Ito, by the way. He's the main artist for the first 3 Silent Hill games. Enemy designer. He designed the interiors for all of the locations, Midwich. He's the main artist behind a lot of Silent Hill, predominantly with the creature art and the Otherworld aspects of the games. But he's very, very active on Twitter. He's got a good grasp of English, so a lot of times he'll tweet things, he'll answer fan questions, at least sometimes. I feel like he's gotten a bit more tired of a lot of the Silent Hill questions that he tends to get from fans over the years, but he's a good sport about it usually. And oh crap, I tabbed out again. I took some time to pose a question to him because of a tweet that he had made about the music that he was listening to while he was designing Midwich. So while he was doing the artwork and designing Midwich, specifically Otherworld Midwich, he was listening to Aphex Twin, and he put a tweet out about that. Like, I was listening to Aphex Twin while I designed Otherworld Midwich. So I tweeted at him and asked, were you also listening to Sonic Youth, to see if that was like maybe something that inspired this list of names, because it's just kind of a random reference to make. Like, I get all the horror references, references to Stephen King and David Lynch and all that sort of stuff that's kind of sprinkled throughout the game. You can even kind of understand the Kindergarten Cop, influences for how to design an American school for a lot of Japanese devs who've never really seen an American school, most likely at that point. But then Sonic Youth, there's music references in the diner. Portishead I totally get. You can hear a lot of influence from Portishead's music in Yamaoka's music for the series. So I get that. But Sonic Youth is very different. It's very out there. It's not reminiscent of the musical style used that Yamaoka uses. So I was curious about where this reference came from, and I asked Ito about it, and I think he mentioned that it was the game director who actually was a fan of the band and wanted to use those names for the teacher list. So, interesting little bit of info that I was lucky enough that he replied to me, and very thankful to get little nuggets of info like that. That's the kind of stuff that I live for with these games, finding out all those little interesting bits of detail, why certain references are in there, and how certain things kind of came to be in the final game. And you've got 3 bloody notes, things written in blood. These are our hints for what we need to do in order to progress through Midwich. So first we have 10 o'clock. Alchemy. Excuse me. I need to take a break soon. Go make my tea. My throat's given out already. Alchemy Laboratory. Gold in an old man's palm. The future hidden in his fist. Exchange Sage's water. So we're gonna need to find some Sage's water. Find gold in an old man's palm. The future hidden in his... So, a hint to the science lab where we're going to need to use acid in order to burn a hand and get a gold medallion from inside of its palm. Written in blood. 5 o'clock. Darkness that brings the choking heat. Flames render the silence, awakening the hungry beast. Open time's door to beckon prey. So that's actually the last step. So the first step is the Alchemy Laboratory. The second step is this note here, written in blood. 12 o'clock. Place with songs and sound. Gonna be the music room. A silver guidepost is untapped in lost tongues, awakening at the ordained order. So we're gonna need to free the silver medallion. Untapped in lost tongues, a reference to the poem used as our clue to solve the puzzle. Awakening at the ordained order. Order referencing the proper order to press the keys on the piano itself. So, little hints, very vague, especially. But once you kind of play the game and pretty much after you've already solved it, do these hints make sense? What they were trying to kind of vaguely tell you. So that's what we do for our 2 medallions. And then with those 2 medallions, darkness that brings the choking heat, reference to transferred to the Otherworld, Midwich, flames, render the silence, awakening the hungry beast. So the flames rendering silence, we have to turn on the boiler, awakening the hungry beast, because it literally wakes up the boss of Midwich, a hungry beast who will eat us if we give him the chance. Open Time's door to beckon prey. So Time's door being a reference to the door on the clock tower in the courtyard, which is marked if you look at your school map. Courtyard, the bottom right, clock tower. Our rooms that we're looking for: the alchemy laboratory, aka the chemistry lab there at the top, and the place of song and sound, music room there at the bottom left. So we've got an idea of what to do, progress through Midwich by reading these. But as said, I don't think there's very many people out there who legitimately read those and used those clues to solve what to do in Midwich. I think most people wandered around the school until they found things that they could interact with and solved it that way. How I did it. Just process of elimination, check every room, try to examine everything, and be like, oh, here's a jar of acid that I can pick up. The old man's hand with something in it sitting on a table. Just kind of come across these things and figure out what works together without the hints really giving you a proper clue. I don't know, maybe somebody did. If you solved it by reading those clues and figuring it out that way, let me know so that I can call you a liar. Picture of a door. I don't know who drew it, but it is certainly in bad taste. Creepy door. Some wrapped corpses hanging on wires on either side of it, adorning it. 3 square markings. Very significant looking door, which we'll come across later. Now, let's go check the infirmary. Imagine back then with no internet solutions, you had to actually go explore and think. In Metal Gear Solid, you had to exchange controller ports. Yeah, stuff like that. You know, Metal Gear Solid had a couple of those instances. I don't know why my English is failing me. Instaments. That's a word. It's an instant mint. Yeah, but like changing the controller port in the Psycho Mantis fight, if you keep pestering Colonel Campbell about it, he will tell you what to do there. But things like looking for Meryl's code, or her codec number on the back of the CD case, and wandering around through the whole game being like, I can't find a CD case in the game. Whereas they never tell you, like, it's the physical CD case, the jewel case for Metal Gear Solid, where you can see Meryl's codec number on the back of the case, like in a little screenshot for the game. So things like that were, especially in those years where like not everybody really had internet at the time. It wasn't as commonplace as it is now, where pretty much everybody has the internet and everything on the internet, so you can look pretty much anything up instantly if you want to. Back then, internet was not always a thing. Not everybody had it. And even if you did, not everything was on it to be found easily. Which is why so many companies made money through strategy guides or, video game tip lines, which were very much a thing in those days. You'd run up a huge phone bill and make your parents mad at you because you called somebody to figure out what to do in Metal Gear Solid or Silent Hill. Or you'd have to go and drop a bunch of money for a strategy guide, which at the time, a lot of them were unofficial. There were a lot of unofficial strategy guides out for those games at the time, and a lot of times they were wrong. They had straight up wrong information in them. So it's always kind of hit or miss, those things. Poster annoys me. So this was another one of those kindergarten cop elements. This poster in this metal shelf. But the poster itself says some text there at the top that you can't quite read. And then at the bottom says Silent Hill Hospital. There is no Silent Hill Hospital. There's a lot of hospitals in Silent Hill. None of them are called Silent Hill Hospital. Are you talking about Alchemilla Hospital? Or Brookhaven Hospital? Cedar Grove Sanitarium? There's several. But none are Silent Hill Hospital. All right. So we've got a save point here. Before I continue through the rest of Midwich, it's been about 3. Mortimer cosplay, Moynihan. My Moynihan Halloween stream, Harvester stream. That was a good one. It was a fun stream. Hit our save. Capture is working. Let's go. We read our notes at the beginning on the desk, telling us what to do, where to go. We need to go upstairs to the science lab. Let's just go around Midwich, check doors, find our way through. Of course, we have to go through the courtyard. And for me, this was back in 1999. This right here was the extent of my Silent Hill 1 experience. I was playing this game with a friend. Took us hours and hours and hours to get here, to figure out, explore the town, find the keys, get to Midwich, and come through the door to this courtyard. And I don't know what it was about this courtyard back then, but as a kid playing this and coming out here in the darkness and seeing that mumbler walking towards me, we were done. We were too scared to go any further. We didn't bother saving the game. We turned it off and went and probably played Grand Theft Auto 2 or something else. We went and did something else. And I didn't come back to Silent Hill 1 for like a couple of years after that. It wasn't until late 2001, early 2002, after I had played and finished Silent Hill 2, Then I was like, I should go back and finish Silent Hill 1. But this, my very first time ever playing Silent Hill 1, this was as far as I made it. Just don't bite my dick. Hey, larval stalkers. Squeaky babies. These were also in early development of the game. They were not shadows. They were actually like fully fleshed out little creepy skin babies that was deemed too extreme. So they were revised in their design, eventually turned into these little shadow things. Skin babies. Yeah, that's the best way I can describe them. They were like the skinless dogs. Technically do still have skin, but it's gross looking. They were little gross skin babies. Discovered you through 3Dog and Silent Hill. Checked your Silent Hill in-depth story because he said a lot of good things about you. Hang out here as well because he was damn right. I'm glad. I'm very glad. As said, I was a big fan of 3Dogs and a part of his community for a very long time. Pretty early on from when he started. And the fact that, you know, now, like, we've done some stuff together. He joined us for a Team Silent stream to do some in-depth stuff in the past because we've got very similar tastes in a lot of games. Our feelings for Silent Hill series and Metal Gear series are very, very close in line. And the way we tend to approach games with sort of that analytical mindset, very, very similar. So I'm glad that over time, 3Dog and myself got to do some stream stuff together, and hopefully maybe more in the future. Awesome. But yeah, I'm glad so many people in the community found me and vice versa. That I love that community aspect of. Of course, there was Silent Hill and Resident Evil existing back then when you were Baby Nub. What made you choose a game like Silent Hill over Resident Evil? Or maybe you had both. I had both. Just in general, I got into horror and was just a fan of horror at a very young age. I liked scary things. Most kids when they're like 6 or 7 or whatever were like, I can't wait for Christmas. I couldn't wait for Halloween. You know, I loved scary movies. I loved costumes, scary costumes, and you know, monsters and creatures and stuff like that. I just got into horror at a super young age. A lot of that probably came from my mom. My mom was also big into horror, mostly like books. She's a huge fan of Stephen King. So I was reading a lot from an early age, and a lot of stuff around the house to read was horror. We had a lot of horror movies, things as a kid, so I played a lot of horror games as well. So I had Resident Evil. You know, was a big fan of Resident Evil, big fan of Silent Hill. The passion that I kind of got and how much I started like researching and getting into Silent Hill wasn't something that happened super early on. It wasn't until probably around like Silent Hill 3 on to Silent Hill 4, around that time, 2003, 2004, when I was in high school, where I really started appreciating the level of detail in how the Silent Hill games were very distinct from a lot of other horror. There's a lot of very, very interesting detail, the way they build their atmosphere, the way they tell their stories without being so direct, that I found really interesting and unique. And it left sort of a lot of room for discussion, which wound up being a big thing with me and friends who would also play the Silent Hill games. And you could sit and you could talk about things, because there's so many elements that aren't explained outright that you could talk to somebody and be like, what do you think this means? What do you think this represents? What do you think this references? And that element of discussion led to me wanting to find answers. And as I would start looking up answers and finding developer interviews and picking up strategy guides and everything that I could get more information, it would just lead to new questions, you know, and new things. And then I started getting more into kind of the overall fandom of it. So early on, there was forums. In the early 2000s, I'd go online onto video game forums where there was people talking about Silent Hill and horror games and stuff. So I was really active on forums, which was great, because then I wasn't limited to just my one or two friends in real life who also played the games, but bunches, you know, tons of people online, hundreds of people online who played them and had different viewpoints and different bits of information, all these little things that could come together. So a big part of it then was that online element, going to websites, talking to people on forums and email lists and stuff like that, chat groups in those days where you would, you know, swap ideas and interesting things. So it became like a real sort of passion of mine, because there's not a whole lot of games and media out there that leave so many things kind of open to your imagination, so many things not explicitly told or explained. So it kind of makes you want to put in that extra work and try to learn more about it, figure things out more. Here we are, you know, still feeling that way, still wanting to learn more about these, still wanting to share things that I've learned over the years. Read and watch Goosebumps? Oh, of course. I read Goosebumps and Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark, and oh yeah, stuff like that I absolutely loved as a kid. But even that stuff I kind of grew out of a lot faster. I moved on to more stuff like Stephen King. I got very big into Stephen King very young, so I was kind of an advanced reader, I guess, for my age, where Goosebumps, I had a lot of Goosebumps books and like that, but I wanted stuff that was a little bit more substantial, even at that kind of a young age. So Dean Koontz as well. I never enjoyed his writing as much as I liked Stephen King, but definitely still read a lot of Koontz as well. Read much classic horror literature? Some stuff, some things. A lot of that didn't really come around until high school, and then I started going through and reading like Edgar Allan Poe and H.P. Lovecraft, a little bit more along those lines. But yeah, that was more high school era, not when I was quite so young before that. Given the choice, would you want a Silent Hill remake or a new entry? Oof. That's rough. That's rough. Honestly, as long as Silent Hill is in the clutches of Konami, I don't trust either. I don't trust either to be done properly. I would say at the very least a new game would be the most interesting, because it would just be all new content to look at and explore and discuss and all that, rather than just kind of a remake of something that already exists. But again, I don't trust, as long as Konami is in charge, I don't expect good things either way. I really wish they would give up the license, give the IP to somebody else. All right, so we had our clues earlier, Red. We found the alchemy laboratory, the science room. We've got our Sage's water, is this concentrated hydrochloric acid found in the lab equipment room. Have our gold, old man's palm, statue of an old man's hand, the fist shut tight, never to let go. Make our exchange of Sage's water for the gold in the old man's palm. Get our gold medallion. First piece. Unlocking the clock tower. Sage's water on Konami's grip. If only. Think Capcom should take over Silent Hill? Yeah, they're not as bad as Konami with a lot of that stuff. I would say their quality is generally better, but they're still, like Yoshio said, they're still kind of going into very different directions with how they handle Resident Evil. They're very hit and miss on their remakes. You know, Resident Evil Remake 1 and 2 were pretty damn good. Remake 3, not so much. So, I don't know. It's hard to say. It's honestly really, really hard to say, like, who would even do the series justice. Like, I don't know if I really wouldn't know what to do if that decision was given to me. If they were like, here, you decide what studio, what developers to make the next Silent Hill game or the Silent Hill remake or whatever, I wouldn't know. I would not have a clue who to give it to. I'd give it to these little squeaky babies. See what they come up with. A Blue Point remake? Well, see, Blue Point, if they were just going not for a remake, not so much a remake, but just if they were going to do another HD collection, like a proper HD collection, if they went back and did, 1, 2, 3, and 4 up-resed and widescreen and able to be played on modern hardware. But Blue Point, for like a full-on remake, a remake where they, like Resident Evil 1 or Resident Evil 2 remake, where it's a whole new game made from the ground up based on an existing game, Blue Point doesn't really do that. I wouldn't trust Blue Point for something like that. A remaster, sure, but not for a remake. No need to read any of these books. Guess not. Fine. Yeah, there we go. Give it to FromSoft. And let FromSoft make a Silent Hill game. That. A woman came down from planet Vulcan. Star Trek reference. Kind of cheesy old B sci-fi movie. Not a real movie, but that type of title. Very common with like the old B movie sci-fi type films. Planet 9 from outer space. Plan 9. Checking stuff out. You go put this downstairs in the courtyard, but take a look around. Beautiful artwork. That pig. See the game they made in VR. I saw a stream of it. God, what was that called? But there's a streamer that does a lot of FromSoft focused content that I've watched for a very long time, named Lobos Jr. Who's covered that, regularly does all the Souls games, Bloodborne, Souls-likes from other people. Big fan of Lobos Jr. Also a fellow Austinite. You're from Texas. I've actually met him a long time ago. I used to work in a video game store in Austin called Game Over Video Games, and Lobos Jr. Speaking of Lobos Jr., appropriately, we have the wolf drawing. But I met Lobos Jr. when I was working at Game Over Video Games. This was back in maybe 2011, 2012. He was part of a band called the Descendants of Erdrick. Played guitar. And his band came to play at our store for an event that we were holding. I got a chance to meet him, and that was before I even really knew him as a streamer. Only later, when I started watching his streams, that I was like, this guy seems familiar, and eventually figured out oh, I know who this is. I've met this person. Bye, squeaky baby. Daracine, that was it. Yoshio, thank you. Okay. Hit for this hallway. Go through. And get all of our doors marked here. We'll be very thorough. Where's the locker room? Legate asks, any thoughts on the hidden rooms of Midwich, the possible Cybil subplot? So I've seen the whole quote-unquote hidden room thing. The Cybil subplot, I don't necessarily think there was a whole lot to that. Because there's a lot of elements that are in this game that were just test things that got left in, that the devs didn't think anybody would be able to see or access in any way. So let's check out this noisy locker and then I'll continue my thought. Kitty! Just a cat. And we hear a monkey-like noise. It's actually, I believe, one of the sound effects that the rompers that we encounter later make. Don't worry, I'm sure the cat is fine. Cat probably killed that romper, which is why we don't see them until later, when they know it's safe to come out because there's no more cats. Side. So, as far as any sort of Cybil subplot and hidden rooms in Midwich, there was also, like, what people thought were creatures. There's all these unused creature models in the game files for Silent Hill 1. People have asked Masahiro Ito about this sort of stuff directly, and he straight up said, a lot of that stuff is just animation and modeling tests. They had rooms that are not in the main game because they were just test rooms for testing various elements of the game, because a lot of this game was made like kind of on the fly. Normally, like for the rest of the series, for like Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill 3 and onward, there was a pretty typical progression of development. They would draw out concept art for characters and creatures and levels, areas, rooms. They would draw everything out and then figure out how they're going to model it, adjust those models, and then start building the game piece by piece. Silent Hill 1, a lot of it was just made in the game engine. They had the engine there. They didn't do any concept art. They didn't do any, sketching out and concept art for these areas before they made them. They just went into the game engine and started modeling, started making things. And I say they, a lot of it was just Takeyoshi Sato, Masahiro Ito, and they were just like going straight in and making things. So because they were making so much of this just kind of on the fly in the engine, they needed to test things. They needed to figure out how to make a creature look and put everything together and how it's going to animate. So a lot of fans see those files now and they're like, oh, there's all these creatures. There's this frog. There's this stingray that weren't in the game. They're cut creatures for all this content that wasn't there. And then they ask Masahiro Ito about it, and he's like, no, those were animation tests. They were literally figuring out how to use their software, how to put something together, and how to make it move. So they had these things that were there to test stuff, and then once they figured out how to make it work, then they would make what they wanted to make, which is what wound up in the game. So I don't think it's like some big Cybil subplot that was cut out. I don't think there were these extra hidden rooms of Midwich. I think they were just test things that were kind of left in, that fans found in the files later and then proceeded to think way too hard about them, as we Silent Hill fans tend to do. If any one person has the right to call Silent Hill their baby, it's got to be him. I don't know. It's such, I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair to say, because there's so much of Silent Hill that everybody, for what they were doing, like their role on the project was so important to them. Masahiro Ito's artwork and for the Otherworld and for the creatures, like that was his baby. Those are his designs. That's from his brain. That is all him. The story and the intricacy of how these characters are, and the history of the town and how it all comes together, you know, that's all Hiroyuki Owaku. You know, that's his baby, is those elements, those story elements. For Takayoshi Sato, like, he was the one modeling these characters and learning the software and figuring out how to make all of these detailed FMV sequences and animations, making all these animations by hand, you know, doing it all by himself. Like, that was his baby. It's all these people on the team who are so dedicated to the project, to their role in the project, that at the end of it, when it all comes together, is what makes it so unique and magical. There's so much passion behind every aspect of it, you know. Yamaoka just putting all of that passion into the sound and the music. Not even just the music, he did all the sound effects and everything as well, making the variances in every footstep, on every type of texture, and every ambient sound, every creature noise. That's all him, giving this world a voice, giving it a sound to make it stand out. Ito's artwork to make these creatures that look like nothing and anything else. You know, the super intricate, detailed story from Hiroyuki Owaku. Everybody who contributed to Silent Hill was really, really obviously passionate about their role on the project. That passion really shows through. That you had all these talented people putting so much focus, passion behind their role, and not just sort of doing the job like a lot of other games and development procedures tend to be, especially when they get to be these really large studios with hundreds and hundreds of people working on projects and games these days. You can feel like just a little cog in the wheel when you're like just a coder sitting at your desk, and it's hard. I think it's hard to have that same level of passion shine through for something when there's so many people and so many pieces to the overall project that have to come together. That in this, you know, back in this time, you know, a small team like Team Silent coming together and making something like this was a huge undertaking, and everybody had to give so much to make their part of it count and add to the total of the. Yeah, it's hard to give it to any one person, you know. Okay, we'll have to come back to the music room once we place the gold medallion, but this is where we're headed to. It won't open. Odd. Doesn't look locked though. Go to the clock tower, place the gold medallion, and move time forward. Before we do that, we've got another hallway to try to check out, except that we can't because it's. But we can get to it from that side. Let's go back over there, or we head downstairs and check out the other hallway. Can't make a baby on your own after all. Exactly, Mr. B. Provide such meaningful commentary. I'm glad I can, and I'm glad, you know, people can kind of understand it, because this is not stuff that I'm not some wise man that just thinks about these things.
Who in the hell was that?
I kind of have my moments of discovery where I figure these things out, or I learn them, and then I try to share that. You know, that's what it's all about. Dark Fantasy, thank you so much for the 45 months. Crazy time, love and support. Good to see you as always. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that love. Hope you're doing well today. Let me get some more of this tea. Is the audio and stuff okay? Is my voice cutting out at all? I feel like my noise gate might have cut out there. But thank you so much, Dark Fantasy. It is always a pleasure to see you. Thank you so much for all the love and support. Everything sounds perfect? No, sounds perfect? Okay, good. Clicking out of game and having to reset the capture. There we go. Waited all day for you yesterday, but I couldn't catch different regions. What do you mean all day yesterday? I said pretty much when I was gonna stream. When I finished the DVD stream. Then we started the Silent Hill stream about 4 hours ago, so there's still a lot of Silent Hill to go through. You haven't 4 hours seems like a lot, but you haven't really missed much as far as game production progression. Got a lot to do, a lot to talk about. New work from home procrastination station, so I'm doing what I do best. Very nice. Hope you're staying safe, working from home. Hear that sad, crying voice. Possibly a little allusion to Alessa being bullied in her school, called a thief, a witch. That voice is me after all the Midwich games on DBD. Speaking of DBD, that crying sound is used in the Dead by Daylight map. If you go to that bathroom on the DBD map, you can actually hear similar crying. Bowie asks, by the way, Nub, you believe in ghosts or the supernatural? Have you ever experienced any supernatural happenings or events? No, I'm actually, despite all my love of horror and things like that, I'm very much a hardcore skeptic. I believe the human mind and lots of aspects of human psychology are much more powerful than people give credit to. That people can feel that they have experienced supernatural things without having experienced something that is actually supernatural. So no, I don't believe in ghosts or the supernatural or anything like that. I am a super hardcore skeptic when it comes to those kind of things. I've done a lot of things like that when I was younger. I've gone to supposedly haunted places. There's a bridge, for example, in Texas that people talk about. You go to the bridge and turn your car off and ghosts will push your car to one end of the bridge, and you'll find, you know, handprints on the back of your car where I was, you know, gone out and done that with friends. Nothing happens. So I've explored it. I've taken an interest in a lot of those kinds of things, but I do not believe in them. Don't believe in ghosts or supernatural. I find it interesting. I definitely find it interesting, but I think much more of it is psychological. I think, as said, a lot of people are not aware of exactly how amazingly powerful the human mind is when it comes to convincing you of what is real. I mean, your entire perception, everything, the way you view reality is all how your mind is interpreting the world around you through your senses. And it's very easy to fool. It is very easy to trick. And I think a lot of people discredit exactly how, on the one hand, how intricate and powerful our minds are, and on the other hand, how evolutionarily basic they can also be, where simple things like 2 dots in a line will look like a face to us, just because our brains are programmed to look for those kind of patterns. So finding patterns in things is something our brains just automatically do. So we'll find, you know, lots of instances of things that aren't there, but our brains tell us there's something there because there's a pattern. You know, or misleading senses. That's it. It's an interesting topic. I definitely find it cool to think about and talk about, but nothing that I believe in wholeheartedly like that. Golden Sun. Series of RPGs. Okay. Back upstairs to the music room. Welcome back, Hirimi. Might have said I wasn't going to stay up too late tonight, but Death Stranding is hard to stop playing. Oh, I know. How are those roads coming along? Or are you working on anything different? Because I know I spent so much time in Death Stranding just doing infrastructure. It's satisfying, very satisfying. Fully connected out to the center north of Mount Knot. Nice. See, and once you can like hop on a bike or a truck and drive on those nice finished roads, oh, it feels so good, so satisfying. Speaking of brain playing chess with itself meme, let's talk about a puzzle that a lot of people struggled with, myself included. And I think the biggest thing about Silent Hill puzzles, some of the hardest puzzles, or what most people struggle with the most, are puzzles where you're overthinking them. Because I definitely overthought this one. There's some blood on some of the keys. Harry specifically mentions the blood being on the keys and follows it up with, "Does this mean anything?" Check the piano. So it's like, okay, well, you have these highlighted keys. which is where the blood is. But there's some blood kind of off on this key over here too. And this gray one over here too. So I'm like, okay, well, why aren't those keys included with the rest of these keys that have blood on them? And the blood spots are darker on some of the keys. So then you start checking the ones with dark spots, and it's like, oh, okay, well, that one makes a sound. That one doesn't. That one makes a sound. That one makes a sound. So I start thinking, okay, well, maybe this is like sheet music, where you're supposed to look at these dark spots as notes and play the corresponding spot to the corresponding note in the keys that are selected. So I fiddled around with that for a long time and got nowhere. And then finally came and looked at this, written in blood, A Tale of Birds Without a Voice. So we have this whole poem element. First flew the greedy pelican, eager for the reward, white wings flailing. My brain, overthinking this stuff, as a kid taking music classes and learning to play piano, I was looking at the capital letters that correspond to notes. So the first sentence has a capital F, and there's a capital E. So I'm like, oh, the birds are also capitalized. Then came a silent dove. So is that a D? So I start thinking about these letters and the corresponding notes and the blood on the keys. And, you know, is it F, E, D, F, A? You know, I was overthinking it way too much. Whereas the blood on the keys doesn't actually have any significance. It's only trying to point out that those are the only keys to focus on out of the whole piano. Then all the rest of this poem, you kind of have to look at it in a different way. So, A Tale of Birds Without a Voice. So, without a voice means we're focusing on the keys that do not play a tone. So first flew the greedy pelican, eager for the reward, white wings flailing. So if we look at the keys from left to right as a distance, left being close, right being far, and the colors of the birds. So first was the greedy pelican, eager for the reward, white wings flailing. So greedy and eager, early and leftmost, pelican, which would be a white colored bird and a white colored key. So it's our leftmost white key that does not play a tone. Then came a silent dove, another white key, white bird, flying beyond the pelican as far as he could. So left being close, right being far. So our leftmost pelican, white key that does not make a tone. Then the rightmost silent white key that does not make a tone to represent the dove. A raven flies in, black bird, black key, flying higher than the dove just to show that he can. So above where the white toneless dove key will be a black key that does not make a tone to represent the raven. A swan glides in, white key, to find a peaceful spot next to another bird. So a white key that does not make a tone that is next to another white key or another key that does not make a tone. Finally, out comes a crow, a black key, coming quickly to a stop. Early on, quickly to a stop, so leftmost, yawning, and then napping. Who will show the way? Who will be the key? Who will lead to the silver reward? So the birds, the color of the birds represent the keys. The description of where the birds are flying tells you if it's left or right. So then we just have to go through our keys and see which ones don't make tones. It's not going to be that key. That one does not make a tone, so it's part of the birds without a voice. White key, which is also not making a tone, part of birds without a voice. So already there's the crow landing next to, or a bird, another bird that does not make a tone next to it. We know that these two are next to each other and don't make tones. Black key does. White key does. This white key does. Black key does. White key does not. Black key does. This white key does not, so we have two more that are right next to each other. A black key right next to this one that does not. And that one makes a tone. So we're left with this key, this key, this key, this key, and this key that all do not make tones. The rest we don't have to pay any attention to. Only focused on the birds without a voice. Keys that don't play a tone. So, greedy pelican, eager for the reward. White key, leftmost. Silent dove, flying beyond the pelican as far as he could. So the leftmost silent white key, the rightmost silent white key. Raven flies in, higher than the dove. So wherever the dove is, the black key above it is the raven. Swan glides in, finds a peaceful spot next to another bird. Silent white key next to another silent key. Finally, out comes a crow. Last black key, quickly to a stop, so we know it's towards the left. So, leftmost silent white key. Rightmost silent white key. Black key just above that one, just to show it can. Silent white key next to another silent key, and then finally the leftmost silent black key. This puzzle took so long to try to figure out without any sort of guides or internet or anything like that. I said, especially at that time as a kid, I was taking piano lessons. I was learning music, and I overthought this puzzle very, very much, which is, as said, that's how a lot of the puzzles in Silent Hill tend to be especially difficult, is the ones that you can easily overthink. Drawing a picture would probably help in solving this puzzle naturally too. I mean, different people can figure things out different ways. Visually definitely helps a lot if you can, you know that, like, okay, based on the title of the poem, if you can figure out you're just focusing on the keys that don't make a tone, you draw out keys that are selected and just mark off the ones that make tone and ignore them. Improbus, you've already failed the puzzle. The last one makes a noise too. Yeah, that's why we ignore it. We're ruling out any keys that make a noise, only focusing on the one. Pencil and paper gamer. Yeah, that's how I played a lot of games back then too, was just having a notepad nearby to write down notes and kind of figure things out. Gonna head to bed after all this lurking and being the great deliverer. Enjoy the low volume mound. Behave yourselves. Yeah. Keep on keeping on. Have a good night. Take it easy, man. What is my favorite puzzle in Silent Hill games? Out of the whole series? Oof, that is tough. That's tough. That's honestly really tough. There's a lot of puzzles that I enjoy across the series. There's a lot of them that my opinions have really changed on them over the years. Silent Hill 3 Brookhaven puzzle where you need to use the keypad as a face. See, I feel like that one's kind of bullshit. Like, now that I know how it's supposed to be solved, I can appreciate it a little bit more, but I still feel like it's such a stretch to get to the way that you're supposed to think about it and approach it. I'm trying to think of which one I thought was like clever and satisfying to solve, but still kind of intuitive, you know, where you don't have to really like come to a weird conclusion of how to think about it to solve it. The Silent Hill 3 crematorium puzzle with the tale of Cock Robin is pretty good. The little sections of poems and finding how that corresponds to the main central poem, and then going to the numbers and getting the numbers from each of the beds. It took a lot to work through, but it's one of those ones that gives you everything there, and it's, I don't know, I think it's clever. Remember Origins having okay puzzles, just hard enough to not annoy my teenage self? There's exactly one puzzle in Origins that I think is decent, and that's the doll puzzle. The little dolls that you have to put the medicine in their mouths. That's like the only puzzle in Origins that gets a pass from me that I think is okay. I hated all the other puzzles in Origins. We'll get to that one next week. We'll get to Origins. I'll get more into that, but rotating prison, water prison in 4. It was annoying to do, but it was, you know, satisfying to get right. Which puzzle in Origins was focused on work? The doll puzzle. The dolls where you have to give them the pills. So you have to go look at each of the patient's rooms to see what kind of patient was in each room. And then based on the appearance of the dolls, figure out which doll represented which patient in each room, and then using the medicine chart on the wall to put them in the correct order and figure out which color pill goes to which patient. That one I liked. I thought that was the only decent puzzle in Origins, honestly. The part where you had to read a story to kill the monster that covered a hall, I guess that's kind of a puzzle, but there's not really much to it. It's just finding each piece of the story, and then Heather sort of does it herself. She reads the thing, monster goes away. It's an interesting thing for progression, but I don't know if I'd necessarily call it a puzzle. Silent Hill 2 coin puzzle, I do like the coin puzzle. Nice little poem. Nice progression on difficulties. How much more complicated it gets between easy, normal, hard, and extra. Yeah, that one's not bad. Not bad at all. Plus, it's got one of my favorite Easter eggs. The secret engravings. That's one of my favorite Easter eggs to talk about, because just really fucking cool. But even though those engravings don't really play any role in the actual solving of that puzzle, it's a cool Easter egg. And on its own, it's a decent puzzle. That was another one that when I first played Silent Hill 2, I overthought that coin puzzle a lot. Because I kept thinking I needed to find more coins, since there was 5 little round depressions to put coins into, and I only found 3 coins. So the first time I played Silent Hill 2, I was going all over the apartments, like, where the hell are these other 2 coins? And then I figured out, oh, we're supposed to leave some of them empty. All right. Speaking of puzzles, we're getting through the overall Midwich puzzle. The gold in the old man's palm. We traded the sage's water, aka acid, to melt the hand and get the gold medallion, put it into the clock tower. We went to the place of song and sound, aka the music room. We solved the tale of birds without a voice, got our silver medallion. We put that into the clock tower. Now it is time for the flames. Beck and pray. Turn the boiler on. I love the sound of that animal creature roar mixed with the rumbling machinery, as though something has been awakened. And now we can pass through Time's door, aka the door of the clock tower. Go ahead and make a save for that. Silent Hill 2 rotating room puzzle was pretty good. Visually, I really like that puzzle. Rotating the head with all the faces to try to get the doors. I was a little bit disappointed when I started speedrunning that game and found out that other than on hard mode and extra mode, easy and normal, it's always a set solution. But on hard mode, it is randomized so that you have to just kind of do it by trial and error. You're just rotating it until you find any door that you can go into. And then once you go in, you can look around at all the other doors and kind of figure out how to rotate it to get the 2 doors that line up that you need. Hanged Man puzzle. Yeah, in Silent Hill 2 is quite good. Man, 2 had a lot of good puzzles in general. But that's hard. That's hard to narrow down to like one overall favorite puzzle out of the entire series. I'm gonna have to go with sliding the curtain in Silent Hill Shattered Memories. That's my favorite puzzle, where you discover a door by grabbing a curtain and moving it to the left.
Where am I? Have I been here before? I don't remember this being here before.
Oh, we have not been here before, Harry. Just listen to that music. It might look like the school. This is the Otherworld. And you'll notice everything on the map that we just checked off, it's no longer checked off. Because this is a whole new Midwich we now have to get through. A little bit of story of this, which is the Seal of Metatron. Seal of Metatron is a symbol that is used for warding off certain elements according to the cult's beliefs. And Alessa, she does not control the nightmare. A lot of people have that misconception about Silent Hill 1. Even the people who made Silent Hill Origins had that misconception that Alessa is this sort of evil girl who's using her powers to manipulate all of this darkness and Otherworld to seek revenge or blah blah blah. Alessa does not want any of this. She doesn't want to control. She's not in control of any of the nightmare, any of the Otherworld, any of the creatures. They are created from her. They're manifested because of things in her mind being twisted by the powers of the town, combined with kind of her own power. But Alessa's actively trying to stop it. She wants to stop and contain the Otherworld. She doesn't want it to spread. So these seals of Metatron are being placed around by Alessa as a means to try and seal the nightmare, seal the Otherworld, and protect certain areas from it. You'll notice that throughout the game, as we've come across the seals of Metatron, they tend to at first appear in areas where there are no enemies. There is no danger. The darkness is here. The nightmare is here. We're in the Otherworld. But this area where the Seal of Metatron is safe. We'll find more seals of Metatron on the roof of the school, where there is no enemies. It's another safe place. But Alessa's, her soul has been split for 7 years. Her powers are getting weaker, and the nightmare and the Otherworld are getting stronger. So as we progress through the game, we start to see areas where enemies start penetrating into those safe places, getting into those areas where even though there's a seal in place, they're no longer safe towards the end of the game. So we can see Alessa's efforts already trying to contain the nightmare, contain the Otherworld. She's not in control of it. She's not this vengeful little girl who's sending all of this out to get back at Kaufman or Dahlia or whatever. She doesn't want it to happen. She doesn't want anyone else to have to experience this nightmare. And we can see already this early in the game that she's going out of her way trying to prevent it from spreading. Well, that side's locked. Only one other way out of the courtyard. And actually, go take a look at the clock tower itself again. The tower door is locked. Locked behind us. Well, we've got a whole new school to go and explore. Treasure trove of new horrors to face. And a whole bunch of doors to check. And a very big fan. These big industrial spinning fans that also kind of become somewhat of a staple of Silent Hill kind of aesthetic of the Otherworld throughout the series, especially in 3. That's us. Huge fan of Silent Hill. Exactly. You can even see there's a half of a corpse hanging up there. The arms strung up, very similar to the one in the nightmare at the very beginning that was hanging on the fence. The inspiration for the giant fan in the first game. I don't know if it's got like a specific inspiration or influence or where it came from as far as like symbolically. The devs have mentioned that the fans are representative of kind of that transference, the cyclical nature of going between the Otherworld and quote-unquote real world. It's technically all one reality, not alternate dimensions or anything like that. Reality shifting and changing, but the usage of the fans to kind of represent that transition of entering the Otherworld becomes the theme. We see that in Silent Hill 3 as well, with Valtiel also rotating a valve. So that sort of rotational motion of a fan, or Valtiel spinning the valve. That idea of the cyclical nature of reality going between these different phases, as well as the reincarnation aspect of the game with Alessa herself constantly being born and dying and reborn. So it's a lot of those symbolic things, symbolic elements that the fan really represents. Hey, Sweekie. I still play Silent Hill, of course. I needed to take a good long break from them because streaming them as often as I did for as long as I did on Twitch started getting to a point where I felt like I was losing my passion for some of my favorite games of all time. But I've taken a good almost 2 years away from Silent Hill, and now I'm ready to go back into playing them again. We're going to be doing some in-depth story playthroughs this week and next week, going through all the main series games. And after that, I'm going to start getting back into speedrunning them. There's a lot of new stuff since I've given up speedrunning with these games. Routes have been updated, new tech has been found for pretty much every game in the series, so got a lot of new stuff to learn on that front as well. So there's going to be a lot of Silent Hill on the channel again. Playing cards. There's a picture card. Cards are scattered. See, this is one of those things where I like how the devs kind of retroactively added context to some elements in this game with Silent Hill 3. There's a lot of things in Silent Hill 1 that you come across like, okay, some playing cards scattered on the table. You find the card that you need for the puzzle. What significance do these playing cards have, if any? Silent Hill 1 doesn't really give you anything for that. Silent Hill 3, Heather comments on some playing cards, and she mentions how she used to play cards with Claudia in her life as Alessa. Her and Claudia were friends, and they liked to play cards. Claudia would cry whenever she lost. So that little bit of dialogue in Silent Hill 3 suddenly gives a little bit of significance to these cards coming back to Silent Hill 1. I like how they kind of retroactively add detail and context to some of the things in this game. Really, but just between 1 and 3. None of the other games really do that so much. A little bit between 2 and 4, but they're not nearly as related as 1 and 3 are. Hey, what's up, Electric Bob? Hope you're doing well tonight. Yoshio said, funny you mentioned that. Was listening to the producer commentary for the Silent Hill movie on the French Blu-ray. Mentioned that either Gans or the cinematographer was inspired by the rusted look of Alien 3 for that Otherworld scene with the fan. Really? I figured they just took that from the aesthetic of the game. I didn't think that Alien 3 played any role in their decision for that. Because it's already such a, you know, again, kind of used iconic aesthetic for the Silent Hill games. But hey, it wound up working out somewhat well. Yeah, Alien 3 does have a good visual style. I definitely agree. It's not the worst place to look at for any kind of inspiration, any kind of any of that artwork, that art style works well. It's just sort of interesting that they would go to some outside source of inspiration for something that's already in the Silent Hill source material. Infirmary. Like how now the cross for the Silent Hill Hospital poster is all illegible, and the red cross is kind of smeared down into more of a Christian cross. Possibly a little symbolic there. And then these posters, the blue notice posters, which were illegible, now say, notice, hell is coming. With that hell really standing out there. No, we need to go through reception. The card to open up the door. Let's check the lobby. Our first ampule. That high internal resolution ampule. Love it. Relieve pain to recover stamina to high. Effect lasts for a while. I like how this mentions it as recovering stamina, where later Silent Hill games, like starting with Silent Hill 2, you actually have stamina as well as health. In Silent Hill 1, there's no distinction. It's just health. Like, yes, if you run for a long time and then stop running, Harry will breathe hard. But if you keep holding down the run button and running, he'll never run out of stamina and start moving slower. Whereas Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill 3, that'll happen. So they sort of change their item descriptions and things as the series goes on, even for items that show up in later entries. Because yeah, with this game, it's just health. Just your health. Recovers pretty much all of your health. But later, like in Silent Hill 3, ampules serve a much bigger purpose than Silent Hill 2, where they not only heal you all of or nearly all of your health, they make it so that you are not spending stamina when running and fighting. So you can run indefinitely for a set amount of time after using an ampule. It's a big part of the speedrun routes, especially on console. Got creepy hanging cages with bodies in them, but it's definitely a very Masahiro Ito thing. He's done a lot of artwork that revolves around encaged things, whether it's a creature or a person or undefinable object. And I think most people will iconically know the cage with corpses in it theme from Silent Hill 2, the iconic portrait of Pyramid Head with the bodies in cages behind him. Yeah, Millibird. So that influence comes most likely from, or it does come from, Sir Francis Bacon and his artwork. Ito has said himself that Francis Bacon was a major inspiration to him when he was doing art, making artwork. Not even just for Silent Hill, just for him as an artist in general. That was an artist who was very influential too. Final boss in Silent Hill 2 is also a body in a cage. It is. Fight Mary, or the appearance of Mary. But yeah, she's in a cage and upside down. Full of bats, moths. Does it tie into Alessa feeling trapped, caged, or is that overthinking it? No, I think that's exactly the imagery and the symbolism for this. Alessa is literally strapped to a hospital bed for half of her life at this point. Like a rectangular hospital bed she's confined to, like inside of a hospital room, big square or rectangular hospital room that she doesn't leave. That idea of being confined like that, feeling trapped, absolutely. Why doesn't Alessa want to follow the cult's plan? You know? Maybe she just knows better. Maybe she's spent her life learning, only about the cult's beliefs and way of living, and at the end we get the idea that that's just not what she wants. We see that cutscene, or flashback scene, of Alessa talking to Dahlia at the end. It says, she just wants to live and be left alone. Just her and her mom. She just wants to live in peace with Dahlia. She doesn't want to deal with all of these beliefs. She doesn't want to be a part of these, rituals. It's just not what she wants. Now, where she would get that idea and where those motivations come from, there's a lot you could argue and debate with there, but yeah, at the end of the day, it's just she did not believe in what the cult wanted to accomplish, didn't want to go along with it. And considering how Dahlia treats her and how the rest of the town treats her, it's no surprise that all she wants to do is live peacefully and be left alone. She was still a young girl and expected to give literal birth to their god. Exactly. Like, imagine being 7 years old and led to believe that, your mother, a very significant person in the local religion, is raising you to be essentially the mother of their god. Like, for a 7-year-old to try to comprehend what that even means, that's got to be terrifying. Like, what 7-year-old is going to be, like, down with that? Be fine with that? The Baphomet God entity, the same as the one that emerged from Claudia in Silent Hill 3. Well, again, this is where we could argue a lot of different things. Personally, I would say no. And this is kind of my reasoning behind a lot of the gods and deities and entities of the cult's religion. So, it's explained, especially in 1 and 3, that the cult religion has changed a lot over time. The names of the gods, what they represent, have been altered a lot over time. So their beliefs and structure has slowly changed over the years. And the town's power, this spiritual power that surrounds the area where Silent Hill was built, the main thing that is consistent about the power and the way that it works, it's very different from game to game and instance to instance, but the main thing that is consistent with it is that it can take what is in your mind and make it real. All of the creatures, this Otherworld, are all manifested into reality because of Alessa's thoughts on the town, the things that scare her, the people that have affected her. It's what's affecting those manifestations. So, personally, I do not think that there is any consistency, like there's not a god or entity that actually exists until a cult member believes it and the town takes that belief in it and makes it real. I don't think that the Baphomet god is just there and then being summoned. I think it's able to be created because Alessa follows the cult teachings, because of what Dahlia has raised her to believe. She believes it, it's in her mind, the town takes it and makes it real. 17 years later, Claudia has a very different idea about the cult's beliefs. She doesn't think of it the same way as the rest of the cult does. She fights with her father, Leonard Wolf, specifically because they believe in different things with how they believe the cult is, what the cult's purpose is, and what the gods and deities are. Claudia and Leonard don't agree on that. So the thing that we see at the end of 3 is there because of what Claudia believes. Since she's the one to birth it, the town is taking what Claudia believes and making that real, which is different from what we see from Alessa in this game. That's just my personal interpretation of this. It's what makes the most sense to me, rather than there being gods that actually are here and exist in this town and affect it. I think it's, you know, a lot of people look at it as the power, the spiritual power is coming from those gods. I think it's the other way around. The power is just there. The town's power is just there. And whoever is being, you know, whoever the town is drawing from basically is what creates what people see. So I don't think those gods are there. I think they only exist because the cult is there and believes in them. So the town makes them real. And no, I don't think the town wants anything. I don't believe in the town being sentient. A lot of people do. And I mean, it's a fair conclusion to come through. I'm not trying to say that anything that I feel about with the town is more correct than anyone else. There's so many different ways to interpret it, and none of it is 100% confirmed, you know, anywhere. That's like the biggest mystery of these games. So I feel like, you know, if you want to think that the town is sentient and drawing people towards it to feed on them, totally fair conclusion to come to. Personally, I don't think it is that way. I think that the spiritual power is just there. It just is. It exists. And because people keep going into it and coming into contact with these areas where this spiritual power exists, as long as you have somebody there, it can draw from their mind and make something real. So if that's a tortured little girl, you know, and the town is drawing from her nightmare, or if that's James and the town drawing from his sense of loss, or, you know, Heather or Claudia, you know, anyone else, I feel like it's, you know, just a way to add that element of mystery. How much of it is real? How much of it is not? How much of it is just characters' perceptions of reality? Do you think the devs had a continuum in mind when creating this game? Meaning story and lore-wise. Honestly, no. I think a lot of people give too much credit to long-running series and franchises and sequels where they're like, oh, they had this planned. They mentioned Walter Sullivan in 2, so they were already thinking about 4. I don't think that's the case at all. I think they had this game in mind. I think they made this game for what it is, and it was either going to be successful and they'd make more, or it was not and they don't. So they made it and it sold, and Konami said, hey, this did well, make another one. So then the team gets together and goes, okay, how can we expand on it? And they start expanding. Silent Hill 2 comes out, same deal. How can we expand on this? You know, after it sells, does well, people want another. They go back to 3. The story of Silent Hill 1 to continue from, to make 3. And at the same time, they start having their B team work on 4 while 3 is being developed. So 4 is kind of its own thing being done on the side. So no, I don't think that the series was already thought out by the time they made the first game or the second game. I think they were just making them as they went along. That's how most things are. I hate to break that illusion for a lot of people, because a lot of people feel that way about like Star Wars. the Star Wars movies. Like, oh, George Lucas had all of this stuff already thought out. Probably not. Probably not. Even Kojima, like, there's no way all of the elements that prop up throughout Metal Gear Solid and stuff over the course of the series were thought of when he was making games for the MSX in the 80s. Like, do you think he was really thinking about Proxy Wars and Metal Gear Solid 4 when he was making Metal Gear on MSX? Probably not. I think it's just a matter of things progressing naturally. People make something, it becomes successful, they think of how to expand on that, and they keep going forward. It's sort of, a lot of it is coming up with it as you go along. Now, there's probably elements that were thought about. There's probably things that maybe they wanted to do with Silent Hill 1 that they decided not to do, or not include, and then they were like, oh, we could use this for 2 or 3 or whatever. There's probably little elements like that, but not like the entire plot, not like an entire game design worth of forethought put into it. I really doubt it. A hanging body. Why would somebody... Shotgun. Fires in a wide radius. Builds up to 6 rounds. They're good at retroactive continuity, it seems. Yes, I would say that is one of the strong suits of especially the first 3 games. Being able to very accurately look back at what they started with and have really clever, smart ways to expand on it. But I don't think they had it all planned out from the first game where they were like, we're gonna make 3 sequels and, you know, these characters are gonna make comebacks and we're gonna go forward 17 years. Like, I don't think it was, I don't think that was all planned and part of it from, like, the first game. I think it's just a matter of they had some good ideas, they built their world, then it was successful and they got a chance to make more, and they knew how to expand on it, what elements to give more context to, how to change the scenario significantly, and make it interesting, but still fall in line with what they've already made. The phone.
Cheryl!
That was Cheryl's voice. I know it. Where is she? Cheryl. Yeah, look at these bright blue phones. Back to not working. Keanu. Wasn't it first the land was already cursed? It had already harbored its own religion, and then the cultists came. Not exactly. So, we learned from the Book of Lost Memories in Silent Hill 2 that there was a spiritual power that was already here. The earliest historical records that they have of it are from the Native American tribes that lived in the area. And those records detailed those native tribes having the belief that there was gods and spirits in everything. So water, air, trees, grass, animals all had their own spirits. all had their own gods. It wasn't something bad. It wasn't something negative. I don't think the power itself is inherently negative or bad. I think it's been twisted and corrupted that way because of the cult presence. Because you have the natives who believe in these things and, you know, had this more sort of in tune idea of spiritualism and existence. But then the Native American tribes were driven out. Western settlers came in. There was a town settled in the area that eventually becomes Silent Hill, that was not called Silent Hill. We don't know what that town was called. Apparently its name is lost to history, but it mentions that there was a town, a settlement established that existed, and something happened to it, and it completely disappeared. And then new settlers came in after that settlement vanished and settled what eventually became Silent Hill. So having that Western influence bringing over elements of Christianity that were then mixed with some of the lingering native beliefs, along with their own twisted, what eventually became the cult beliefs. It's just sort of this mishmash of religious elements that wind up becoming what we know as the cult and their beliefs, which are a lot more dark, a lot more sinister, more focused on sin, more focused on punishment. And because of their beliefs in those elements, the town is just, as I said, to me, the town is just taking whatever is there, whoever is present and what they believe in, and making that real. So those beliefs and that darker and more sinister sort of view of spiritualism would have been what started kind of corrupting the way the power worked, because it's being influenced by those cult beliefs. And then the cult has been there since basically Silent Hill was established. When did the whole Christians versus the early order start? 18... Oh god, I had a bunch of this stuff written in notes. 1880, somewhere around then. So this is something that, out of all of the elements of Silent Hill, this is one of the aspects that always interested me the most. The history of the area. What were these native tribes? What were their exact beliefs? What happened to drive them out? What happened with the first town that was settled here? Why did it vanish? And then how Silent Hill came to be after that. I would love a game that was set in that time period of the first settlement being established up to its disappearance, and then eventually the settlement of what would become Silent Hill. I would love a game set right in that time period, before it's even called Silent Hill. I want to see how the power was back then. I want to see the influence of those tribal beliefs being sort of put at odds with these new Western people coming on. Yeah, it's very much inspired by like Roanoke. But I don't know if maybe I'm saying too much. It probably doesn't matter, because it probably won't ever amount to anything. But I started writing a game pitch. For Konami of exactly this idea, and started fleshing out my ideas more and more. If I was to make a Silent Hill game, that would be the game that I would make. That would be the one I'd want to make. In fact, let's take a moment. I'm gonna pull up. Did they ever react? I never sent it to them because I never finished it. But let me see if I can find my notes that I made on that. Where did I have those saved? I hope I didn't. Those. Put them on like a drive. Oh, okay. So if anybody, do you guys want to hear this? Should we just continue with the playthrough? Who wants me to just play the damn game? And who wants to take a couple minutes and hear my pitch to Konami, the game that I want to make? My unfinished pitch. See what people think. Surely that deserves a stream into itself? Nah, not really. As said, it's not long, because it's not finished. It's just like a general outline. We'll keep the creepy background noise going while I talk then. Okay. So first, some notes that I took down, actual historical notes. In 1600, Maine, or as it was known to the local tribes at the time, Maushen, was covered with dense forests. Rosier reports finding birch, ash, maple, spruce, cherry tree, yew, oak, very great and good, fir trees. The white pine trees, referred to as fir by Rosier, grew over 200 feet tall and could reach as much as 10 feet in diameter. Later, these trees furnished masts for ships of Britain's Royal Navy. So around 1600s, what that area, what the native plant life was, what the native trees were, what they were used for, what the area was called, Maushen. Penobscot Bay, early fishermen dried their catch on islands. Captain John Smith and his men fished from Monhegan in 1614, and Smith wrote highly complimentary descriptions of Maine. By 1622, Monhegan and Damariscove Islands had established fishing villages, so fishing was very prominent at that time. Fish were Maine's primary trade product until the mid-18th century. Just to give an idea of the time frame and historically accurate, what was going on, how people were viewing Maine, what was the main trade, all of that. So that's just a little bit of historical stuff. So here's the actual pitch. Untitled Silent Hill game. Setting: 1609 to 1619 in what would eventually be Maine. An early English settlement and establishment of a small town that would eventually be lost to history due to mysterious events, and later in the 1700s would be reestablished as a new settlement, Silent Hill. A local Wabanaki tribe village occupying part of the same land and sharing the lakeside with the English settlement. So it literally would have been Lake Toluca, but you've got the settlers on one side and the Wabanaki tribe on the other. Areas of importance: the Wabanaki village, the Wabanaki burial grounds, lakeside fishing huts, a natural cave system, woods and hunting grounds, a spirit plane. Early settlement would consist of few families' houses, small neighborhoods, a small hospital, small church, a sawmill, blacksmith, barber, a tailor, and produce shops as well as a farm. So that's the main locations that the game would sort of take place around. Scenario. From the perspective of the native tribe, the lands have always been a special place, a place where the spirits are more tangible. Then the Englishmen came and set up their town and their church. Their priest, who began to upset the balance of the spirits with his talks of fire, brimstone, hell, and sin. It began to shape the spirits into something more sinister. Cybil Knezda, a young woman of the local Wabanaki village, has been concerned that her mother, a priestess who convenes with the spirits of nature around them, has been possessed by a corruptive force, seemingly stemming from the nearby English settlement. Cybil confronts the local settlers, only to be sent to their local priest, Christopher Rode. Father Rode is a strange man with a strong presence and seeks to impose upon his followers a great fear of God and of hell, claiming that only the most devout can find salvation and all others will burn eternally. So the idea behind the overall scenario of the game, you would mostly be playing as this young woman, Cybil, a member of the local Wabanaki village. Her mother, who's always been this priestess that convenes with the spirits for the tribe, has started seeming to be possessed by something more dark and sinister, whereas it's never had that element before. It only happened once this English settlement came into the other side of Lake Toluca. Cybil goes and confronts the English settlers and their local priest, Father Rode, Christopher Rode, as said, is very dark and sinister type, very vehement religious type, who instills more of the fear aspect of Christianity, that fear of hell, the fear of disobeying God and burning in hell for all eternity. So that's pretty much it. That's as far as I got in writing out this scenario. I would love to expand on this more at some point. Silent Hill, the village. But that is the setting. That is the game that I was starting to, or the pitch for a game that I started working on, where I haven't worked on it in a very long time, but that was my idea. If I was going to be in charge of making another Silent Hill game, that's the game I want to see. I want to see playing from the perspective of a Native American, young Native American woman who's seeing everything that she believed in start becoming twisted and corrupted. The confrontation and conflict of the English settlers against the Wabanaki tribe, and seeing the eventual fall of the Wabanaki tribe, the rise of the settlement, what happens to the settlement to make it disappear, and then eventually time skip forward to kind of a final act of the game that would be many years later, when the initial settlers that built Silent Hill would have arrived and resettled the area. So that's my game, Konami. Feel free to send my check. There's a business email on my Twitter. I definitely need to put more thought into it, more work into it, and flesh it out more. Legitimately, if I ever do finish that pitch, I absolutely will send it to Konami so they can throw it in the trash and ignore it. But yeah, that as a Silent Hill fan, that is the element of Silent Hill that's always intrigued me the most. And there's so little information on it. So little information on it. Sad the title of Silent Hill Origins is taken. So this is where my pitch would fall apart, and if I was from a business standpoint, people would say, no, you can't do that. I would not want to call it Silent Hill. I would not want to call it Silent Hill anything. I would want a completely unique title that you don't realize it's a Silent Hill prequel until the end of the game, when the final act is the settlement of what becomes Silent Hill. I would want it to seem like a totally separate, unique horror game that you play it and you play it and you play it, and then at the end, there is that new thing, new settlement, new settlers come in, that time skip forward, and a little sort of epilogue where then you realize, oh, this is what becomes Silent Hill. But I wouldn't want the title to give it away. I wouldn't want it to just be called Silent Hill: The Beginning or whatever. No. I would want it to be something else entirely. And then you don't even realize it's a Silent Hill game until the very end. As said, that would be the breaking point where even if, let's very hypothetically say that Konami bothers listening to the pitch and saying okay, it'd be like, no, we can't market it if it doesn't have Silent Hill in the title. The idea the game wouldn't be called Silent Hill because the town wasn't really established yet. Exactly. It's not a Silent Hill game because there is no Silent Hill yet. That's exactly my idea behind it. It's like, that's the ending of the game, is now there's a Silent Hill. But that's the very end. What about calling it something Toluca? See, that I wouldn't mind. Having something that's kind of referential, that if you really know Silent Hill, you'll pick up on it, but not nothing that directly gives it away. Man, I've lost track of where I am in school now after doing all that, but hopefully, I don't know, somebody found that interesting. As said, something I would love to expand upon and work more on sometime in the future. Yes, obviously, we'll call it Centralia. Silenced spirits? Maybe a little too on the nose. A little too generic. Cliché a little bit. Call it the Heritage. I don't know about that. That sounds like the title of like one of those movies that's like a spin-off of Annabelle. Super corny American horror movie name. Yeah. Noisy Mountain. See, I don't know. There's so many elements of it that I would really need to think about. That's what the area around Toluca Lake was known as. Yeah. The place of the silent spirits. mean, I get it. It's hard, though. It's hard to think about those things. I have a lot of appreciation for people who actually put together game pitches and turn them into a full-fledged game, because that shit feels impossible when you actually sit down and try to do it. There's so many elements of it to take into consideration, which is why I've barely done anything on it. Because originally I had a lot more stuff written, and then I was like, nah, I don't like it, and kind of got rid of those ideas. Stuff that I thought was too obvious, stuff that I thought was not historically accurate enough, because I want there to be a decent balance of realism, actual historical accuracy to a certain extent. Without things getting too generic or shade. It's honestly tough. Honestly tough. Maybe a little off topic? No, this is like the most on topic question. We've been going off onto my own little fantasy Silent Hill fanfic that won't ever turn into anything. You're actually asking questions about the game. That is the most on topic we can get. Why do you transit from the clean area to the bloody one through the watchtower, or the clock tower, if you're basically in the twisted reality from the start? So, you're always in reality. Like, reality in Silent Hill is always just sort of skewed. But how much it's skewed depends on the forces that are at play. In this case, there is a constant struggle going on right now between Alessa and the Otherworld, the nightmare. So Alessa's trying to keep the nightmare from spreading. When Alessa is able to sort of hold it back, we see the daytime, the fog world, the snow. There's still weird stuff going on. There's still monsters and manifestations getting through, but it's not the full-on Otherworld. Then we transition through themes like the clock tower, areas of significance to Alessa, where Alessa's power starts to wane, and the nightmare starts to overtake her ability to hold it back. So we slip into the Otherworld. As Harry puts it, someone's nightmarish delusions come to life. Love that description of the Otherworld. Because that's literally what it is. It is Alessa's nightmares becoming reality. So we get this constant struggle back and forth between the town, more or less as it exists, and the nightmare overtaking it. So right now, the nightmare is winning. But we'll work our way through the nightmare. We defeat something significant in the nightmare, a boss, and that helps to push it back. Alessa regains a bit of control, and we'll go back out into that fog world. For a little bit, anyway. The lake that divides. See, I would even like just the lake. But I think that's taken. Trying to imagine dialogue weirdness of Silent Hill 2, but set in colonial past. I know. It would be... See, that's the sort of historical accuracy elements that I would like. You know, because in the 1600s, people talk completely different. I'd want to do more research on the Wabanaki tribe their language, their culture, especially at that time period. Our locker, where we found a cat earlier. Got some blood seeping out. Nothing inside. Suppose that's a relief. So somebody asked earlier if this game has any jump scares. Only a couple of them. And that's one. It's a good fucking one, too. I've been playing this game for almost 6 hours. And that's the first, like, really blatant jump scare. That much buildup, that much atmosphere that you're going through to get to this point, and then they throw this shit at you. Like, that's how you do an effective jump scare without just constantly doing them and relying on them as your only source of horror, which is what a lot of horror games do. Also, was talking about Dead by Daylight, how they have the Silent Hill chapter, and Midwich is the map, the playable map for the Dead by Daylight Silent Hill chapter. This jump scare is included in the DVD map. If you come into this room, if you go to the locker room on the map in DVD and come to this row of lockers, this body will fall out of this locker. So my idea would be that with you diving deeper into the nightmare and solving it and understanding it, you see the world as it truly is. Okay. If this was Silent Hill 2 or onward, I might agree with that idea. But Silent Hill 1 has a very different approach to the perception of the world to people individually. Silent Hill 2 is all about James is seeing one thing, Angela's seeing something else, Eddie's seeing something else, Laura's seeing an empty town. Everyone is perceiving it in different ways. In Silent Hill 1, when Harry goes and sees Kaufman, they're looking at the same monster. They're talking about the same weird shit that's going on. When Harry goes and talks to Cybil, they're talking about seeing the same weird shit. They're not seeing individual nightmares because the town is not drawing from them. It's not affecting their perception of reality. They're not changing how the world is. The world is literally changing around them based on Alessa. Everything is stemming from Alessa. It's not about all the other characters and their perceptions. They're all just stuck in Alessa's nightmare. So they're not perceiving things differently. I don't think it's just Harry solving things and seeing the world as it truly is. I think it's all got to come from Alessa. But again, that's my interpretation of it. Nothing canon or concrete about it either way. Locked. Personal headcanons. Walter starts the 21 Sacraments. We already had the discussion earlier, Abuse, about if they had Silent Hill 4 and Walter and the 21 Sacraments in mind. They didn't have any of that in mind when they made Silent Hill 1. The series wasn't already thought of up to that point. That's something that's added on retroactively. So I don't think it's fair to take that and apply it to the events here and do the mental gymnastics to make it work. If you want to do that for your personal headcanon, more power to you. Do it. But I don't view the games in the series kind of in that way. I try to take them all in the context of what they were when they were made. Without, retconning so many aspects as you apply stuff from the sequels. Would be an interesting way to end the series. As said, for your own personal headcanon, sure. It's not a bad idea. But I don't think that the power can belong to anyone. I don't think that it can 21 sacraments or any sort of ritual or anything like that. The only reason that those rituals do anything is because those cult members like Walter and Alessa believe in it. And the town takes those beliefs and makes them real, makes them work. But the power itself is more than that. It's not just what they believe in, it's what makes their beliefs work and makes them real. So I don't think they're, through any sort of ritual, through any sort of actions, I don't think that they could make the weirdness or the town's power belong to Walter or belong to Alessa and let the city become a regular city. I don't think anything can ever be regular where Silent Hill exists. It's just a fucked up spot on the world. It is a place where there is some strange spiritual power that is ever present. And there's not really a way to get rid of it. See, I don't even think of Silent Hill 4 really as a side story to Silent Hill 2. It doesn't have anything to do. Like, it's such a departure from everything else in the series, which is why in its very, very early, infancy, in its development, it wasn't even officially being called Silent Hill. It was just Room 302. It was just a whole spin-off thing. So trying to think of it as like a side story to Silent Hill 2, what? Because Frank Sunderland is the superintendent of an apartment building and happens to be James's dad? Okay. James never mentions his dad at all in Silent Hill 2. He plays no role in Silent Hill 2. There's nothing there. It's just a little thing. It's basically fodder for fans to go, I recognize that name. Same thing with Walter and Alessa. They're part of the same cult. Alessa was there, supposedly at a same orphanage. Little references here and there. But does she play a role in 4? Not really. That it was a creation on side remarks made in Silent Hill 2, like the idea of Silent Hill 4. Even that, I think that was after the fact. Because it would be so easy to write out the overall script or story structure for Silent Hill 4 before you settle on anybody's proper names. And then once they start filling in those blanks of, well, what do we call this character? What do we call that character? They went and looked through the previous games, the Silent Hill games. They were like, this was going to be a side project. Konami wants us to make it a Silent Hill entry so it'll sell better. So let's make it tie into Silent Hill more. Well, what can we expand upon? There was this murderer that we talked about in a note in Silent Hill 2 called Walter Sullivan. Why don't we make that guy the thing in this game? I don't think that they started the project with like, let's take Walter Sullivan and expand on that and make a Silent Hill 4. I think they already had an idea for Room 302, and then when they had to make it Silent Hill, they shoehorned in Walter Sullivan, Frank Sunderland, little references to Alessa, Dahlia, without it interfering with those games. You know, it can stand on its own and be its own thing, but make little references to the series so that fans would know that it's part of it. And then they can sell it as a Silent Hill game, you know? Like, don't get me wrong, I like Silent Hill 4. I really enjoy Silent Hill 4 for what it is. A lot of people don't like it because they look at it as such a departure. I think, considering it started so separate from the rest of the series and still became what it was, is really impressive. It says a lot about how good they were able to take this idea and sort of make it work in the same universe, you know, as part of the Silent Hill series. I like it. I like it a lot. But yeah, I don't think that they made it on side remarks. You know, I don't think they took the Walter Sullivan note and expanded on it. Those sort of elements. I think most likely all that probably came after the fact, when they were making it officially a Silent Hill game and having to market it as such. And it's like, well, we gotta make it tie in somehow. Rubber ball. Here we go again with the seals of Metatron. Placed up here on the roof. Again, no enemies. It is a safe place. Small layer of protection. Alessa trying to prevent this nightmare from overtaking everything, everywhere. Name dropping, powerful advertising. I mean, it is. And I mean, as said, to be honest, it worked. I think 4 works out great for what it is. I just don't think they had all those things in mind at the start of the project. I don't think that's how the project came to be. We know from the developers and interviews that that's not what the project started. You know? How did the cult become stronger than Alessa in the first place? Just because there's more than her? Since Alessa's having trouble fighting. It's not that she's fighting the cult. It's that she's sort of struggling against the town's power. Like, this cult has been a part of Silent Hill and influencing the spiritual power around Silent Hill for who knows how long. Hundreds of years in one form or another. Alessa is a very talented little psychic girl, but she was 7 years old. when they tried to perform the ritual and she split her soul. She's 14 now and has spent the last 7 years laying in a hospital bed in one room in the basement of Alchemilla. So she's doing her best, but she's struggling against the entire, spiritual power around this area. As said, very talented young girl with some very, very considerable amounts of psychic power. But to go against the entire spiritual thing that's existed there for who knows how long, there's no way she's gonna win. She's holding it off as long as she can, and she's trying to get Harry to help her to hopefully put an end to at least this sort of chapter of it. Right? We used the rubber ball. We flushed the key out of the drains. Now we have the library reserve key and the classroom key. Go up to the second floor, open the library reserve. Holes are very common symbolism, not just in Silent Hill, but in lots of media. And they serve no particular significance from game to game. Harry falls down a hole. The floor drops out from under him on the second floor of Silent Hill Mall. He falls into a lower chamber where he fights a big bug. Is that the same as James falling into a hole in the Historical Society? Or any sort of reference to there was a hole here but it's gone now? Or Heather having a fall animation where she planks whenever you drop into a hole? And going in and out of Walter's dream world via holes in an apartment wall. I think just saying there's a hole, that's a reference. It's too common of visual symbolism, and it means something different in every game. And I think that's way too far-fetched to consider that a reference. It's too much of a stretch, personally. The hole in Silent Hill 2 has a halo of the sun surrounding it? No. Are you referring to the Bar Neely's hole? The there was a hole here, it's gone now hole? Or something else? Because the halo of the sun doesn't actually show up until Silent Hill 3. There's a variation of the halo of the sun with more circles that's in the prison of Silent Hill 2, in the cultist's cell. But otherwise, there's no halo of the sun in 2. And even if there was, that's more of a tie to 3, not really 4. Sailor Midgard, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome. We are playing some Silent Hill 1, talking about it in depth, discussing our thoughts on lore. Hope you're doing well. No useful books. Oh shit, what did I forget to read? I forgot to read the Delusions book. So there's an interesting mechanic in Silent Hill in this game, where if you don't look at things in a correct order, Harry will just ignore other elements. I forgot to read, Leonard Rhine, The Monster Lurks, when I picked up the shotgun. And because I didn't look at that text on the wall, Harry does not realize that this book, titled The Monster Lurks, is of significance. So when you try to examine it, he just says no useful books. Can I go back and do that and then come back and read it? We're gonna find out. I don't actually know what happens here. Wait, I need to go first floor, then over to the bathrooms. Locked one, teacher's room. Okay. So here, this text. Leonard Rhine, The Monster Lurks. Monster Lurks, what's that supposed to mean? Means read the book that I want you to read, Harry. Alright, let's see if he actually reads it. I go back to it now. I don't think I've ever done this, where I tried to read it and couldn't, then backtracked to this point, and then went back and tried to read it again. I wonder if you examine it, if it like flags the game to say, you already examined it, now you can never read it. Or if it's going to work where I can just backtrack, read that, and now read it. So now do you realize that this is a book worth reading? Hey! What's this? The Monster Lurks is the book's title. Chapter 3, Manifestations of Delusions. Poltergeists are among these. Negative emotions like fear, worry, or stress manifest into external energy with physical effects. Nightmares have, in some cases, been shown to trigger them. However, such phenomena do not appear to happen to just anyone. Although it's not clear why, adolescents, especially girls, are prone to such occurrences. Learn a little something new every play? Seriously, I've been playing this game since 1999. I still am learning stuff about it. Even something small like that, that if you can backtrack to something and then be able to progress through these notes this way, I wasn't sure if that would work, and now I know. It might seem pretty small, but hey, I'm always excited to learn new stuff. Know a little bit more about how things work. And I love that Manifestations of Delusions article. It gives us an idea of kind of, you know, Alessa and her powers, how things are working. She's exposed to these negative emotions, these nightmares that are triggering these physical effects, especially, you know, effective because of her latent psychic abilities. So we get an idea of kind of how these powers are manifesting in Alessa, how they're being used. Hearing this, the hunter armed with bow and arrows said, "I will kill the lizard." But upon meeting his opponent, he held back, taunting, "Who's afraid of a reptile?" At this, the furious lizard hissed, "I'll swallow you up in a single bite." Then the huge creature attacked, jaws opened wide. And see, even the illustration, you can kind of see in the book, it looks like the split-head lizard. This was what the man wanted. Calmly drawing his bow, shot into the lizard's gaping mouth. Effortlessly, the arrow flew, piercing the defenseless maw, and the lizard fell down dead. This is from an old fairy tale. I remember reading it as a kid. So again, little ideas of things. So all of these creatures, all of these things are manifested from part of Alessa's mind. If Harry read this fairy tale as a kid, there's a decent chance that he probably read it at some point to Alessa, or to Cheryl rather. Cheryl has now come back to Silent Hill and is in control, or being, her essence is being controlled by Alessa, now that she's in proximity to her in the town again. So Alessa can probably draw on Cheryl's memories of this story and manifest them into this lizard in the form of the split-head boss. Be afraid of a reptile? Hey, there's, yeah, exactly. Dangerous, scary reptiles out there. Reptile from Mortal Kombat, he'll spit acid in your face. Nobody wants that. Controller's being weird. Yeah, my inputs are like getting delayed. Weird. Alright, take it easy, Deus Ex. Thank you as always for dropping by, hanging out, chilling for this long. Man, it's been 6 hours and we're not even through Midwich. We are taking our sweet time on this one. This might be a new record for how long it takes me to go through Silent Hill 1 and talk about it. Have I seen the new Mortal Kombat movie? I have not. Have not seen it yet. There's an unintentional reference to Silent Hill in the movie? Is there really? How? Well, should I watch the movie first? And then we'll talk about it later? Or do you want to tell me now? Honestly, I don't care if it spoils something of the movie. I don't care about the new Mortal Kombat that much. If you're gonna watch it, I don't wish to spoil. I mean, I plan to watch it eventually. Maybe tomorrow. New Mortal Kombat movie was bad. Garbage movie. I've heard such mixed things about it. I've heard plenty of people saying it's pretty good. I've seen plenty of people saying it's the worst one. And like everything in between. I've seen no like general consensus on it. Imagine if you also stopped to show all the reference pics and reset the capture every time. Jesus. 24-hour stream incoming. Didn't you do a movie night? Only if it's on Prime. And then only certain people can watch. Oh my God. It's a lizard. I do love this setup to this boss, though. Like, reading the story to give you hints on how to fight it. Just the appearance of it. The seal of Metatron here with, like, the burning body. Another body in a cage. Look at the drips coming out of its mouth in high resolution. Tough boss. Yeah, you should see me do that with nothing but a katana.
What was that? Who in the hell was that?
Or the knife. Where am I? This is a boiler room? What is going on here? You've heard of Katana Percent? It's archived. The VOD should still be up on my channel. I think Whoosh Percent is still there. And I'll probably do it again at some point. It's not Katana Percent, it's Whoosh Percent. Katana Percent would be like, you just use the katana, but you still run around normally. Whoosh percent is the joke category that I made up, where you not only use the katana for a weapon, you only use the katana for movement. Because every time you swing the katana, Harry slides forward. So you're not allowed to move and run and sidestep and backstep and anything, no normal movement. You're only allowed to swing the katana to move forward, and it's the only weapon that you can use for the whole game. I've beaten this game doing that. Yeah, that was fun. We'll do that again at some point for sure. There is a K. Gordon key. We'll take it. Gordon from the teacher list. Hey, Gordon. Again, little reference to Sonic Youth, band Sonic Youth. The lead singer, Kim Gordon. Hag says, K. Gordon, found in the school's boiler room. K. Gordon, Old Silent Hill, Southwest Block. Going next. I hear a church bell, maybe. Who's ringing the bell? Gotta get to... Hey, Gordon. So that we can go through her house. Get to the side of the town with streets that lead to the Balkan Church. List of teachers, K. Gordon. That's it. I'll note the address down on the map. So now we've got a map marker. Once we step outside, show us where K. Gordon is. And as said, now that Harry has killed this large manifestation, the nightmare is pushed back a bit. We are once again entering the world of survival horror. Once again in kind of fog, quote-unquote normal world. Sound sensing abilities are amazing, from hearing footsteps from a block away to identifying church bells. Oh yeah, Harry's got some skills. He's got some very, very good hearing superpowers. It's what one of the characters says about it. Well, I just figured out the reference, the scene, just from that context. Sub-Zero shows up and makes it snow, and someone says something about it. So it starts snowing. Someone's like, snow? Does someone say, this time of year? More importantly, is it Jax? Does it? Because it's out of season? Is that actual line? Is that literal word for word line in the movie? Like, this time of year? That's pretty great if it is. Our key camera angles kind of showing us where to go. Not word for word, but similar to Kaufman's line? Okay. Hey, what's up, Mango? Hope you're doing well tonight. Today. like 5:30 in the morning for me. Turning out to be a much longer playthrough than I anticipated, but you know, it's fine. It's been a long time since I've really sat and gone through Silent Hill 1 like this. I'm enjoying it. Hopefully everyone else is enjoying it. Hey, very busy Thinia. Favorite games of all time? So glad you found the stream. Hey, welcome. Love the Silent Hill series. You will enjoy the channel immensely, hopefully. For anybody else who's new here, I've been predominantly a horror and Silent Hill streamer since January of 2015. Been doing speedruns and super in-depth story playthroughs for every game in the series, and I mean every game in the series, for the last 6.5 years, almost 7 years. I've got a very extensive list with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours of in-depth story playthroughs and speedruns and all sorts of things. If you type !VOD, you can get a link to my collections page here on Twitch if you want to check out some of those playthroughs and stuff from over the past 6 years. And yeah, I love horror games. I love the Silent Hill series, and like these games, you'll hopefully enjoy the channel. But yeah, when I talk about every game in the series, I mean, I speedrun the Silent Hill play novel. I've done multiple in-depth playthroughs, read-through, of the Silent Hill play novel, and the Silent Hill arcade game, and Silent Hill Book of Memories, the really shitty dungeon crawler for the PlayStation Vita. I do all the Silent Hill things are what I do here. And then also a bunch of other things. Dead by Daylight. Actually, that's about it. It's mostly Silent Hill and Dead by Daylight. I play DBD. I play way too much DBD. I'm getting close to 3,000 hours on my main Steam account alone. So yeah, lots of DBD on this channel, lots of Silent Hill on this channel. Favorite streamer now? Thank you. Very much appreciate that. As said, hopefully you'll enjoy your stay. Welcome, welcome. Pachi slot run when? If I would have had the money, I would have already bought a Pachi slot.
Who in the hell was that?
King Blastoise, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Thank you for that Prime sub. Thank you so much for the love and support. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, people joke about the Pachi slot. Literally a few years ago, when that was pretty early on after we had formed Team Silent here on Twitch, I was looking for the Pachi slot for sale. And they almost never go on sale in the United States. And I found one. I found a place in the US that was selling it. And if I would have had the money, I would have bought it right then and there. But I didn't have the money. So I went on to the Team Silent Discord, and I was like, hey guys, there's a Silent Hill Pachi slot for sale. Techie was gonna buy it, but he was right in the middle of moving. All of his money was tied up in moving. And he was like, oh, if I wasn't moving, I would just buy it right now. So Mr. An Eternal Enigma was like, it's a little bit pricey, but I'll get it. And so he did. So if you want to see that Silent Hill Pachi slot run, go and ask An Eternal Enigma, because he was the one who picked it up. How much was it? I think the initial price was like 400 something plus shipping and stuff. I'm not sure what the final price wound up being, like what he wound up paying overall for it. But safe to say probably around $500 or so, at least, which is not terrible, but it was more than I could spend at the time. Otherwise, I would have scooped it up right away. I stopped right here because I have to point out this bench. Gangusta Paradise. This is literally the album cover of Coolio's Gangsta's Paradise album. But it says Gangusta's Paradise, which I guess would be like the Japanese pronunciation, Gangusta. Another one of those kind of odd little references. Love to know who put in the Coolio reference. Which one of the games after Silent Hill 4 do I like the most? Out of the Western developed games, Shattered Memories. It's not great, don't get me wrong. I'm not a big fan of any of the Western games, really. But for what it is, I enjoy Shattered Memories the most. I hate it the least. However you want to phrase that. Although it is very disappointing in other ways. Not necessarily for the game itself, but for what it could have been. Because Shattered Memories originally started off as a different game when it was being pitched, called Silent Hill Cold Heart. And when I read the pitch for Silent Hill Cold Heart, I was like, oh, please. Why didn't we get that? Why did we get this half-assed reimagining of Silent Hill 1 when we could have had this original Silent Hill title with all these cool ideas? Silent Hill Cold Heart was such a good pitch. It was gonna be like a survival game. You have to find clothes and food and stay warm. It was gonna be like The Long Dark, but Silent Hill. Female protagonist. The therapy sessions were still part of it. The psychology elements are still part of it. The game changing how it is based around how you react to those segments was still part of it. But with survival elements, not a reimagining of Silent Hill 1. Everything about the pitch, I was like, oh, that sounds so good. I would have loved to gotten Silent Hill Cold Heart. But instead, got Shattered Memories, which, like, as said, it's okay. It doesn't offend me. Like, it's not offensive to me like Origins, Downpour, Book of Memories. Homecoming would be the next one. Also, I guess there was an easier way to answer this. You can type ! faves chat, and it'll just show you how I rank all of the games. What my favorites and least favorites are in order. There you go. Travis Grady's Toaster Chuckin' Adventures. Pretty much. See, and I've already spent the last 6.5 hours gushing over Silent Hill 1 and how much I love this game and all the cool stuff in it and all these things to appreciate it about it. And you'll notice this is my third favorite. But just wait until we do Silent Hill 2 tomorrow night and Silent Hill 3 on Thursday night. Survival game with crafting. Sounds like they were hopping on the bandwagon. In 2008? I guess that kind of became a thing right after that, but that was still kind of early on that trend. Before that really started blowing up into a thing like everyone was doing. Because, like, when was the Tomb Raider remake and stuff like that? Yo! Maxi Lobes with the raid. What is up, man? Hope you had a good stream. I know you've been going hard on the Resident Evil Village. Hope it's been going well, man. For everybody who's already been here chilling with me, please, please, please go follow Mr. Maxi Lobes. Bam. Bam. Resident Evil Village. But Maxi's an amazing streamer. Really great dude. Plays a lot of different variety. Also an expert on the Silent Hill series, as well as Resident Evil. Many, many others. A world-class speedrunner. Damn fine dude. So if you're not already following Maxi, please, please go check him out. Maxi, hope your stream was good. Did the raid, like... break things? My chat fucking actually broke. Routed hardcore tonight with the Out of Bounds, and it's a tight route. There's Out of Bounds already? Holy shit. I haven't seen anything of Village yet. This is gonna be an exciting one when I finally get to it, like 3 months from now or whatever. Because you know me, I always take way too long to play new games. I always play them way after the hype dies down. That's just what I do. But that's cool. Something new to grind out. Doing some routing. It's always good. Did we ever talk about how survival horror as a genre is cursed as fuck? Most genres IMO, you'll never get the same thrill of a first playthrough back. Subsequent playthroughs will always be going through emotions by comparison. I think it's just hard. I think it's a lot harder for survival horror. Like, it's tough. Because once you know, like, the scares and the atmosphere and the things to sort of expect, it's gotta be really fucking interesting in other ways to make those replays interesting and substantial for a player. You know? Because there's so many horror games out there that I'm like, yeah, that's a decent game. But once I play it, I'm never going to play it again. That's how I feel about Resident Evil 7. I played it. It was okay. Probably never play it again. But for a lot of people, they really enjoyed 7. They played a lot. They found a lot of challenge in it. They enjoyed going back through the DLC and stuff. So there's some stuff. There's not like it's nothing. It's just for me, especially, like, personally, I have a hard time finding enjoyment out of a lot of replayability. Silent Hill is one of the few games in survival horror that I really enjoy coming back through and playing so many times after so many years, just because there's so much to discuss and talk about and analyze, and different people's point of views on things. Makes it interesting to talk about just in general. So I enjoy it for those reasons. Little details, new things to find and discover, looking at all the little signs and stuff. A lot of games just don't have that. Have that for me. But Maxie, thank you again so much for the raid. Hope the stream was going really well. Hope everybody coming over from Maxie's, if you enjoy Silent Hill, if you're new here, if you don't know who I am, I'm NubZombie. I've been streaming predominantly Silent Hill and horror games since 2015. It kind of took a long break the last year and a half, 2 years from Silent Hill, and now I am getting back into it all over again. I'm going to be playing through all the main games in the series this week and next week. Tonight we're going through Silent Hill 1. We take our time, we discuss stuff, we stop and talk, and try to answer questions, read every little thing that we can, talk about every little thing that we can. We go super in depth, try to show multiple endings, and talk about various trivia, background, history of the development, of course the lore and story of the game itself. And I do that for every game in the Silent Hill series. So, been doing that for a long time. I've got a lot of stuff planned with the Silent Hill series going forward. We're going to do some in-depths this week and next week. Going to do some speed running for the series again in the weeks after that. I used to speed run these games and do pretty good with them, and I kind of stopped for a few years, and now there's new things to learn in the routes, new tech to learn for pretty much every game. So I'm going to start with that once we get through the story playthroughs this week and next week. So if you're a Silent Hill fan, you have found, hopefully, a good channel. But welcome, everybody. Appreciate anybody who chooses to stay here with the raid. I know I'm just kind of sitting here and doing nothing. I need to turn off these nice graphics settings. So let me disable enhancements. because this is our first crash point. We're playing Silent Hill 1 on a relatively new PS1 emulator called DuckStation. DuckStation is very, very good at making the game look amazing when it works, but it's still pretty new. It's got a little bit of instability. It works almost perfectly with Silent Hill 1, but there's 3 cutscenes in the game that cause it to crash, and this meeting of Dahlia is the first one. So we've got to go back to the PS1 graphics, which you can see now, just in case you forgot what this game looks like when it's not running through all the nice graphic enhancements. We'll watch all of this with Dahlia, and then we'll turn the enhancements back on. And then we're good for a while, until we get to the amusement park.
Were you ringing that bell?
I've been expecting you. It was foretold by gyromancy.
What are you talking about?
I knew you'd come. You want the girl, right?
The girl? You're talking about Cheryl.
I see everything.
You know something? Tell me.
Stay back. Nothing is to be gained from floundering about at random. You must follow the path. The path of the hermit concealed by Flauros.
What? What are you talking about?
Here, the Flauros, a cage of peace. It can break through the walls of darkness and counteract the wrath of the underworld. These will help you. Make haste to the hospital before it's too late.
Wait! Don't go yet!
Okay. There's a lot to talk about with that whole interaction. But let's go ahead. Enhancements again. And boom. Look at that. Look at that difference from the original to the DuckStation graphic enhancements all turned on. I forget how drastic it is, even in the middle of a playthrough, even when I've already so familiar with it and been playing it. But these moments where you just shift from one immediately to the other, it's like, holy fuck, it makes such a difference. So, a lot of things to talk about there. Game enhancements, what? So we're playing this on an emulator called DuckStation. You can type !duck in chat if you want to learn more about it and download it and play around with it yourself. It's a PlayStation 1 emulator, so it works for all PS1 games. But yeah, !duck in chat if you're curious about learning more about the emulator. So, Dahlia Gillespie, crazy old woman that we just saw, is one of the high priests in the order, in the cult of Silent Hill. And she's gonna seem like she's helping us. She's giving us items. She's giving us keys and things that we need to progress. But as we're gonna come to find out, she's actually lying to us about pretty much everything she says. She says that this is the Flauros, this pyramid thing here. This pyramid thing. There is a Flauros. So the Flauros, she says that this is an item that is used to break through the darkness. That this is something used to counteract the wrath of the underworld. Whatever. Bullshit. Flauros is specifically used to nullify Alessa's power. And like we were talking about earlier, Alessa is not bad. She is not evil. She is actively trying to stave off the nightmare, trying to keep the Otherworld from spreading. So the Flauros is Dahlia's way of breaking through Alessa's psychic abilities and allowing the Otherworld to spread and overtake her. But we'll find that out much later. We also have the drawbridge key, so we can progress to the other side of the town. And the other thing that Dahlia mentioned was gyromancy. Just really quickly want to talk about gyromancy. So she says she knew that Harry Mason was going to be here. She knew all of this so far was going to happen. She divined this information through a process known as gyromancy. Gyromancy is a thing. It's a real method of divination. And I really wish we could have seen Dahlia doing that. Because this is how gyromancy works. You place letters or runes or images that represent events in a circle. A big circle on the ground. And then you walk while spinning around the circle until you get so dizzy you fall down. So you would do that until you fall down, and let's say if you did this with the alphabet, she does that, she spins around and around and around and falls down on the letter H. Then she gets up, she dusts herself off, and she spins around and around and around and around until she falls on her ass on the letter A. And then over and over and over and over and over and over and over again until she finds out that Harry Mason is coming to Silent Hill and bringing Cheryl, the other half of Alessa's soul, in order to prevent the finishing of the ritual to summon God. I really wish we could have seen Dahlia doing that. That would have been fucking amazing. Got a couple things grab here in the church before we move on to the drawbridge. Get a health drink, look at a Bible. If you have the emote, go ahead and use it. This is your time. Been waiting all night. There it is. There they are. I see you. I see you, Enigma subs. Silent Hill dud. Like Metal Gear Solid 2 dud. That's the equivalent. Pretty close, yeah. Either this or bread. It's bread. In Silent Hill 3. Classic Silent Hill lines. We need some bread emotes. Hey, Lucifer Isn't Evil. Glad you're enjoying it so far. Yeah, these are some of my absolute favorite games as well. That enhanced Jesus pixel nipple. That is Jesus. That is his nipple. It is a pixel. It's a Jesus pixel nipple. Just worth pointing out. Especially if it's a cold day. There's a newspaper. Nothing special. I'm surprised that it's not something special. Usually when they have something standing out like this newspaper right next to a save point, there would be like some kind of information or something on it. No. Not a thing. Wait until we get to that Farrah Fawcett poster later on. Oh yeah. We're gonna get there too. Is that actually Farrah Fawcett? Like, I know it's gotta be some model. But is that actually Farrah Fawcett? If it is, then I learned something else today. Why is there a Christian church in the town? What was Dahlia doing in it? There's a Christian church in the town because not everyone in the town is a cultist. In fact, the Christians and the cultists were kind of at war with each other in Silent Hill for a long time. Probably still are, to a certain extent. You get a little bit more history of that from the statue in Silent Hill 2. Jennifer Carroll, persecuted by the Christians. But, yeah. Not everybody in the town is a cultist. It's a very underground, type of thing where the locals know about it. Some do anyway. Jim Beam. I wanted to come over here to look at Red Rum. Reference to The Shining. And as far as Dahlia being in that church, she must have finished her gyromancy. She foretold what Harry was here for. The Hell Station. Like a shell station? Hell. So she would have foretold with gyromancy all of what's going on. Harry Mason coming back to the town, bringing the other half of Alessa's soul, and that Harry is gonna help Alessa to stop the ritual that Dahlia wants to be concluded. So Dahlia needs to intercept him. So, if you're a random crazy cult lady, and you want somebody to think maybe you're just like a crazy Christian, religious lady, have him meet you in the church. She rang the church bells, got his attention, made him come here, told him some lies, lied to him about what the Flauros is, what it does. But now Harry is sort of being manipulated by two people. He's just kind of going along for the ride. He just wants to find Cheryl and get the hell out of here. But Alessa is kind of manipulating him. to try to help her. Dahlia is manipulating him now to try to help her. And Harry's just kind of, you know, he doesn't know any better. All he can do is kind of go with what people tell him and hope that he'll find Cheryl. Dean Koontz shout out with the street name. Oh yeah, everything. All of these are authors and references. Bachman Road, Richard Bachman, pen name of Stephen King. Koontz Street, Elroy, Ray Bradbury. Yeah, it's all lots and lots of references throughout this game. Horror references to authors, directors.
What was that? Who in the hell was that?
Overnight shift slain, headed home. Have a good rest of your stream. All right, take it easy, Taishi. Have a good night. Thank you for chilling and hanging out as always, man. And Enron, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. The 4 months. Very much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Very generous of you.
What was that? Who in the hell was that?
And more like machines. The 7 months. Welcome back. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate the love and support. Hope you're having a good night. Enjoying the stream so far. Seriously, it means a lot to me. Thank you so much. What's my typical meal after a good in-depth Silent Hill playthrough? I usually don't eat after a stream. It depends on how long of a stream it is and everything like that. I prep for things differently. I knew tonight would probably be a pretty long stream, coming back to this, doing a story playthrough after so long. So I ate before the stream. I made chicken parmesan. So yeah, I ate before the stream. So after I finish the stream, I will probably chug a bottle of water, take some headache medicine, and go to bed. That'll be my after in-depth meal. Back when I first started streaming, I used to do 24-hour streams, pretty much like twice a month or so, sometimes more. And whenever I was prepping for the 24-hour streams, a lot of times I'd wait until after I finished the whole stream to eat. Really go and eat and then pass out, but haven't done one of those in a while. I'm old and sickly now, so they're a lot harder for me to handle. But we can still get through these long streams, pretty long streams. Way. Duke, Mr. Estrada, welcome back. Thank you so much for the resub. Appreciate the love and support. Thank you, thank you. Hope you're doing well. First part of 24-hour binges are waking up the day after. Oh, there's a lot of stuff to complain about when it comes to 24. Oh, right. I forgot about this. This is another part where the emulator crashes. Right. Fix that quickly. Easy enough. Good thing I remembered to save there. boot up my PlayStation. What emulator am I using? DuckStation. Exclamation point duck in chat if you want to know more. Give me a second. Let me load up the save that I just made and then disable the graphic enhancements so that we can get past the drawbridge, and then we're good until the amusement park. Boom. Hey, look at that. Back to PlayStation 1 graphics. So that we can handle examining the drawbridge. Why is my fucking pad all fucked up? Every time I try to turn, it sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. Machinery is running. Press the switch. Now we can switch it back. There we go. I think I already asked, but don't know if anybody answered. Is this playable on PS Classic? PS Classic as in, like, digitally through the PlayStation Store. If you're playing it on PlayStation 3, it is playable, but it has a lot of problems. There's a lot of audio glitches. There's potential game freezes that can happen. It's very jank on PlayStation 3. If you're playing it on like PSP or Vita or PSTV, then yes, it works pretty well of those. The retro version of PS1, it's not on that. It's not on the game list. Unless you like hack it and go out of your way. But no. It's not on the PS1 Classic Mini thing. Sorry for reposting, but I'm really curious. Why was Dahlia portrayed kind of like a slob? She was chewing on something, made the odd motion of scratching her head on her shoulder. Always made an odd impression. Or is it just me? Well, it's definitely odd behavior. It's interesting that you'd interpret that as, like, being a slob. I never really got that impression. I just kind of got the feeling that she's weird. That you're supposed to be weirded out by her and her strange mannerisms. Not that it was necessarily trying to portray anything too specific. But yeah, I guess there's a lot of different ways that you can kind of look at that, for sure. Dude, my deep. Can I, that'll be be better. Check it out, Konami Burger. Come to Konami Burger, where they used to make good things and now they don't. Can we stop and get a Konami Burger? They're closed. That's the real nightmare part of Silent Hill. Gunshots coming from Alchemilla Hospital. Time to investigate. From France, and the stream is time zone friendly with my country. I would like to know if you'll do the rest of the series at the same time schedule, or is it going to change? Or if you don't have an answer yet. So, I'm going to try to. So, as said, next stream will be Silent Hill 2 tomorrow night, or I guess tonight, whatever. Day after that, will be Silent Hill 3. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday are like my days off / casual stream days. So Friday through Sunday usually won't be Silent Hill stuff. Then next Monday will be Silent Hill 4. Tuesday will be Origins. Wednesday will be Homecoming. Thursday will be Shattered Memories. And Friday will be Downpour. I'm planning to try to start all of these streams around 10 or 11 p.m. Central Standard Time. So that's the goal. That's going to try to be my schedule. But I am notoriously bad at not being able to stick with schedules. So we'll see. I'm going to try really hard to stick to it. But yeah, sometimes my sleep schedule gets thrown off. Sometimes real life stuff takes priority and I have to change things around. But that's the tentative schedule. Gunshot. Gotta do some sleeping. Watch you stream pretty much anything, but damn, it's been nice seeing you in Silent Hill again. Thank you so much. I know, you've been here for a lot of the weird random other stuff that I've been streaming for a while, so. But it is always good to be back to Silent Hill, see all these familiar names, have everybody coming here and chilling, so. Have a good night, get you some sleep. I will see you next time. These are phones and phone books. No need to examine this. Wanted to. Looked at it. I examined it. Guess there's no need.
Hold it! Stop! Don't shoot! Wait! I'm not here to fight. My name is Harry Mason. I'm in town on vacation.
Thank God, another human being.
Do you work here?
I'm Dr. Michael Kaufman. I work at this hospital.
So maybe you can tell me what's going on.
I really can't say. I was taking a nap in the staff room. When I woke up, it was like this. Everyone seems to have disappeared. And it's snowing out, this time of year. Something's gone seriously wrong. Did you see those monsters? Have you ever seen such aberrations? Ever even heard of such things? You and I both know creatures like that don't exist.
Yeah. Have you seen a little girl anywhere? I'm looking for my daughter. She's only 7, short, black hair.
She's missing. I'm sorry. But with all those monsters around, I highly doubt that she's... Sorry, I didn't mean to alarm you. Your wife, she's here with you?
She died 4 years ago. Now it's just me and my daughter.
I see. I'm sorry. Well, I'd better be going. I can't just sit around here doing nothing.
So long. Good luck out there.
All right. A lot of stuff to unpack there. So we hear a bunch of gunshots in the distance as we approach Alchemilla Hospital, in this room in particular. Find the director of the hospital, Michael Kaufman. Kaufman was in here with an air screamer, presumably what he was shooting and killing. It took him quite a few shots because we heard shots all the way outside. Still shooting by the time we were approaching in the hallway when he finally managed to kill the thing. And then he shoots at Harry point blank and misses. Luckily, terrible shot. We get a little bit more insight into things. I was talking earlier about how Silent Hill is very different in the games after this. The way the sort of the way that reality sort of presents itself and how perspective changes from person to person. It's like Silent Hill 2, very, very much a perspective is based on the individual sort of game. James is seeing one thing, Angela sees something else, Laura sees something else. In this game, we get confirmation from these other characters that everyone is experiencing the same nightmare. They're all experiencing Alessa's nightmare. Harry isn't dealing with his own internal demons. He's not having the town take all of his, guilt for letting his wife die and turning it into the monsters that he sees around him. No, it's not doing anything with what's inside Harry's mind. They're just experiencing Alessa's nightmare together. So Kaufman talks about what he's been seeing. They see the same monsters, see the air screamer same way. They see the way the town looks. Everything's abandoned. It's snowing out this time of year. So it's snowing out of season. Something that a lot of people got wrong after the Silent Hill movie came out. A lot of people assume that ash, what it is in the movie, that's not a thing in this game. There is no coal mine fire that burning under the town, putting ash into the air. None of that stuff from the movie is in this game. Yeah, about it. It's and that whole thing with the snow and the ash, it just became like such a common thing for such a long time since the movies come out. And it's kind of become a meme among Silent Hill community and fans. Talking about Hoffman's line, you know, saying that it's snowing out this time of year. So much so that I have merch. If you want to buy some this time of year merch, type ! merch. Get a mug. Get a hoodie. Help support the channel. Get some stuff in the process. Speaking of supporting the channel, I missed this earlier, talking about other stuff and getting here, but Eternal tipped $5. It's not much, but thanks for sharing your knowledge series. Thank you so much. Very kind of you. I appreciate it very, very much. Thank you for being here. Thank you for just enjoying the channel, hanging out, and being a part of this. I love having people to share this knowledge with, because for years I was just driving my close friends crazy, never shutting up about these games, and now I can play them online and rant about them for hours with people who are more than happy to sit here and subject themselves to it. So thank you so much. I appreciate the tip. I appreciate you. Seriously, thank you so much. Yeah, no vagina destroying barbed wire. No. Don't worry, they put all that stuff in Homecoming. They were like, let's make a Silent Hill movie video game. And they made Homecoming. Okay. Way to go. Sure that I look at this. There is a newspaper. This article's been clipped out. So this is another part of that progressive note system in Silent Hill 1, where if you don't look at certain things early on, there's things later on that you'll miss out on that Harry will ignore. So you need to look at that newspaper in order to check out some of the other notes and things later. Didn't know about the progressive notes? Yeah, we actually, earlier, in the first instance that it happens is in Midwich. So earlier in the stream, when we were in Midwich, I forgot to look at some text. So there's a book called Manifestations of Delusions that gives you some insight into Alessa's abilities and how they're more common in adolescent girls and stuff like that. But I got to that point and tried to read that book, and Harry just says, there's nothing of interest. So I was like, oh crap, I forgot to read that text. So I backtracked to where that text is, where you pick up the shotgun. There's some text on the side of the bathroom stall that says, Leonard Rhine, the Monster Lurks, which is the title of the book. So once you read that text on the wall, then go back and try to read the book, instead of Harry saying, you know, nothing interesting, he reads the book, and we learn the manifestations of delusions stuff. So there's a lot of elements of that throughout the game, where if you don't look at certain things, you'll miss out on bits of lore and notes that won't be, you know, Harry just will ignore them. You won't have any reason to look at them because you didn't look at something earlier that would clue him in to even take an interest. damn you are invested. That is my whole thing, especially with this series. I've been a very, very hardcore fan of Silent Hill series for a long, long time now. I love just being able to share all this stuff with other fans. There's so much to these games, so many little things to pick up on and to learn. It's fun being able to discuss it and share it with other people. Wish I knew about anything as much as you know about this series. I don't know. There's times where I'm like, man, I could have probably learned, like, in the amount of time I've spent on Silent Hill research alone, on top of playing the games, I could probably have, like, multiple college degrees in things that would make, you know, give me opportunities for, like, careers, respectable fields. But nah, my time I decided to invest in a degree in Silent Hillology. Exactly. Got our hospital basement door key. Picked up a plastic bottle, empty bottle found in the kitchen of the hospital. Make sure you don't miss out on this stuff. You ever read the in-depth analysis by President Evil on Silent Hill 2? Yeah. It's, we'll say interesting. But I disagree with most of it. Resident Evil, that wound up being, what's his name? Worked on Origins. Sam Barlow? Titaro, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Very much appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you. Very much appreciate that. There's some goop on the floor. A glass vial lies shattered. Somebody smashed this thing. Not just broken, it looks smashed on purpose. So somebody purposefully trashed this room, looking for that bottle, and then smashed it. This plays into a whole lot of subplot stuff that's going on between Dahlia and Michael Kaufman. Because, yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot to get into. Start getting into it. Damn, man, is there anything you don't know? Every time I do these streams and play these games, I still learn new stuff. But I would say I am fairly knowledgeable in this series. I've been really hardcore researching them since about 2004, 2003, 2004. Where I read, if there's a guide for any of the games, I own it or have read it. If there's an interview from the developers, I have read it. Fan theories that have gone around on forums, I guarantee you I'm on all the forums that have ever existed for this series. I'm a hyper Silent Hill nerd of the highest caliber. And yeah, this has been what I've been doing on Twitch since like 2015, streaming it, doing the in-depths, doing the speed runs of everything in the series. If you want to check out some of my previous playthroughs where I talk in depth and cover a lot of stuff, you can type !VOD. There's years worth of content, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours of Silent Hill info, knowledge, and all streams from over the years. So yeah, super dedicated to this series. That was just me. It dropped my strawberry jelly. Well, we're gonna need that. We're gonna need that jelly. I don't think you're ready, but jelly. Scoop it up. Remaining liquid is emptied into the plastic bottle. Now, what have we here? What have we here? So this is a substance. We're going to take a moment to try to explain what's going on. Unknown liquid. Red liquid found in a broken vial in the hospital director's. So this substance is a substance known as a glophatus. And Kaufman has this substance as kind of his ace up his sleeve, because he's not a member of the cult, but he works with them. You see, the cult uses a drug called PTV in order to experience hallucinations and contact spirits, as well as to drug people and induct them into the cult. They use it for a lot of stuff. And this drug, this PTV, is made from a plant that grows around Silent Hill called White Claudia. So Kaufman, using his hospital, is manufacturing the White Claudia into PTV and distributing it to cult members around the town. So through his working and dealings with the cult, he kind of knows about their religion. He kind of knows about what they believe in. And he's seen all this weird stuff happening around the town that he can't explain. So even though he might not believe in it himself, he knows there is something to it. So he does some research, and he tries to figure out, okay, if these crazy people actually can summon this god that could supposedly, like, wipe out the earth, all living people on it except for the chosen believers, I might not want that to happen. So he finds out there's a way to stop that god from being born using a substance called a glophatus. So he gets a hold of some glophatus, but the trouble is Dahlia Gillespie finds out that he has it. But Kaufman is aware that Dahlia is going to try to look for it and get rid of it so that there is no way for him to interrupt the birthing of the god. So what Kaufman does is he splits up his stash of a glophatus into 2 bottles. He keeps one bottle in his desk in his office, and he has another one secretly hidden elsewhere that we're going to get later. Well, we'll see it later anyway. So he hides this one in his office, a very obvious place that if Dahlia was trying to look for it, she would know where to look. So Dahlia comes here, trashes his office, finds his Aglaophatus bottle and smashes it on the ground, thinking, okay, now Kaufman doesn't have Aglaophatus. There's no way for him to interfere with our ritual, the birthing of the god. Well, she didn't count on Kaufman having another bottle of it hidden away somewhere else. And she didn't count on Harry Mason picking up a plastic bottle and scooping a little bit of it up. So that'll come into play later. We'll get a lot more information on all this stuff that I'm talking about as we progress through the game. We get more info on the drug, plants, Kaufman's distribution of it, and all of those elements. Dahlia's intent to find it and destroy it. All that kind of comes later. But it's worth explaining right now, just to kind of talk about what it is, what it does, why this room is trashed, why it's on the floor, broken. You know, all of these elements are kind of worth pointing out now, so that when we get to that stuff later, it makes a little more sense. Shelves are all messed up. Who did this? Now we know. Vending machine, it doesn't work. Be full of health drinks later. Go in the basement. My controller keep doing. Hate it. A religion brainwashing people into cult members? Nope, doesn't sound familiar. Totally fictional. Definitely not real in any way. What's going on the Team Silent on Twitch these days? So let's say that's a conversation for another day. The short answer is, I didn't think that I was going to continue streaming. I didn't think that if I was going to continue streaming, that I was going to be as focused on Silent Hill anymore. So I essentially quit. And having been the founding member for Team Silent on Twitch, and kind of the one who was putting a lot of it together, once I was not streaming and not a part of it, everyone else kind of fell out of it as well, and went back to kind of doing our own separate things. We'll leave it at that for now. Maybe Dahlia's a little sloppy. Hey, maybe there's some credence to that observation made earlier about Dahlia looking like a slob. He's chewing on something and scratching her ear on her shoulder. Would you like to see this game remade by a competent video game studio? Sure. Not by Konami, not really. I don't think Konami cares enough to do it well. The in-house generator powers elevators, ICUs, and operating rooms only. Press the switch. Not yet. No hope for a PT return then? I mean, if you're still holding out hope for PT, you should have given that up a long time ago. That was Kojima's project, and I don't know if you heard, but they fired his ass. And not just like, we'll stay on good terms and maybe work together later. I mean, Konami actively tried to block Kojima from getting insurance for his new game company when he made Kojima Productions, because Konami also owns a lot of the insurance companies in Japan. Like, they actively went out of their way to work against Kojima, separating and doing his own thing. PT is more dead than any other game project I could think of. There is no hope for that, and has not been for a long time. Elevator doesn't appear to be working. Shit. Well, I guess we'll just have to push the button. Konami's posting record profits too, so little motivation. Oh yeah, because Konami they don't have to produce anything to make money. They can license out IPs that they own to other, studios. Dead by Daylight. They can go to Behavior and be like, hey, do you want Silent Hill? Do you want to do a Silent Hill chapter? And of course they would. So Konami doesn't have to do anything. They don't have to assign any staff to it. Bare minimum level of input, and they get a big cut of whatever Behavior makes off of the sales of that DVD chapter. So, they can sit back and make money and not have, teams putting together games. The couple of small teams that they do have making games are doing, soccer games? And mobile games, sports stuff, and mobile stuff. Like, they figured out they can, and Pachi slots. Not to mention Konami owns so many other things outside of gaming that a lot of people don't realize. Most of us only know Konami through their video games. But like I said, they own insurance companies. They own hotels. They own spas. Pachinko halls, all of these other business investments that they make money through, so they don't have to focus on game production. And yeah, there's not a whole lot of motivation for them in terms of money for making games. What hope do you have for the series then? The last I heard, an announcement was coming in the summer. The music guys said this. Akira Yamaoka. A lot of people took that quote out of context, and so many people, in fact, started writing articles about it that they made him go back and retract his statement. Here's the thing. Let me put it this way, since we talked about PT. PT was being made. PT literally stands for playable teaser. It's not a demo of a finished project, but it was at least something playable that people had. Some lucky people still have. I do on my PS4. And that game did not come out. So don't get too caught up in rumors about new Silent Hill games. Don't get caught up in what random people say on Twitter and, little tiny non-particular, non-specific things that Yamaoka might say or Masahiro Ito might say. People take that stuff so out of context because, trust me, I'm a diehard Silent Hill fan too. I know how much it hurts. I know. But unless a game actually comes out, holding it in our hands, we're playing it, don't believe that a new game is coming out. Because if a game can get as far into its production as something like PT and still not happen, There's no reason to believe any little rumors or anything. There's just not. And I know, as a Silent Hill fan, I know how much we love this series. This series has some of the most amazing dedicated fans of any game series I've ever experienced. So I know how badly Silent Hill fans want more Silent Hill. They want remakes, they want new games, they want something. Because there hasn't been anything for so long. Especially nothing really of quality for even longer. And I'm not saying it won't happen. I'm not saying it could never happen. But you really shouldn't, like, hold out hope. Even if something is rumored. Even if something gets announced. Even if there's a demo. Until it fully comes out.
What was that? Who in the
And you have it in your hands. Just pretend it's dead. Just assume the series is dead. That's the best way I can put it. Ecdysis. Good sir, I miss your face. I hope you're doing well. And Rachel, good morning. Thank you for gifting a sub to Ek. Very much appreciate it. Hope you slept well. But yeah, sorry to kind of stop and talk about things and go through that little rant. It almost always happens. And Ek, thank you for the host. Holy shit. Welcome. I know the exact speech. I mean, it's definitely not my first time talking about it. But, yeah. It's inevitable. We do these Silent Hill streams. There's always going to be somebody who asks about the rumors or the quote-unquote leaks or such and such developers said this or posted this. You know, it's going to happen. So there it is. We got it out of the way. That's where we stand on it. Hey, the hospital elevator. There's a rumor I heard that in the Japanese version they edited the number of buttons to 3 because of the number 4 meaning curse or something. Is it something close to truth? No. And little bit of information on that. Some personal digging that I did on that very same thing. So Japanese version, European version, trade demo, all versions of Silent Hill, that elevator functions exactly the same with the 4 buttons. So in Japanese culture, the number 4 is considered kind of an unlucky number, similar to like the number 13 in a lot of Western culture. Because 4 in Japanese can be pronounced chi, which is the root word for death. So it has unlucky connotations associated with it. But the elevator itself with the 4 buttons is like that in all versions. And I used to think that because the appearance of the 4th floor was meant to be a little extra creepy to Japanese players and Japanese audiences, I thought that was intentional because 4 is considered this number associated with death. So I actually asked Masahiro Ito about it on Twitter, if that was intentional, if the 4th floor was meant to be this transition to the Otherworld representing death. And he said no. Don't know how much more clear it can be than that. So it's coincidental. It's meant to be creepy that a floor that wasn't there is suddenly there, but there's no particular significance to it being the number 4. is. This is one of those instances of just fans thinking about stuff too hard. I'm guilty of it. Lots of people are. With games like Silent Hill, there's so many vague things that you're supposed to think about. It's hard not to overthink things that you're not supposed to overthink. So that's one of those things that everybody just kind of overthought. It's just supposed to be creepy that a new floor appears that wasn't there. Outside of that, nothing particular. Ever checked out Orphan? I have not. I have not. Still have not played Orphan. Still have not played Cry of Fear. Still have not played... Did Allison Road? That never happened, right? That... For as big of a deal as it was back in the day, that was supposed to be the PT successor when PT was announced canceled. Which Orphan? Wait. I thought you're talking about a separate Orphan. Do you mean the mobile games? Like the actual Silent Hill mobile games? In that case, yes, actually. All three. I think there's three. I've played them. They're kind of glorified play novels, more or less. All three Orphan games, as well as... Oh, what was it called? There was also a shooter. A first-person... like, maze/shooter game for mobile. Silent Hill Escape? Is that what it was called? But yeah. I've played them. Thought it was just Orphan and it was multi-part. That might have been it, where they did part 1, part 2, part 3. But I've seen it listed in emulation stuff as like Orphan 1, Orphan 2, Orphan 3. I had actually planned on doing playthroughs and in-depths and stuff talking about the Orphan games, but I could never find good enough emulation to like stream them that worked consistently or at all in most of the case. They're hard. They're hard to track down. I don't know if there's been any more advances on that since the last time I looked into all that stuff, but yeah. Bam, 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 bam. People like to call good songs bangers, but Silent Hill has actual bangers, where it's just Akira Yamaoka banging on metal. VCR, old but usable. I love this room. Does you know what room this is? It's room 302. You get it? This is where somebody's like, see? They planned Silent Hill 4 all along. They knew about it way back in 1999. Thank you, More Like Machines. Can you even get those games on mobile any longer? No. At least as far as I know. There's no way to. Purchase them for your phone back then, but don't have the phone any longer. I think I still have my old cell phone that had the Escape and maybe Orphan on it. I'm aware of Java Phone playing from the Dead Rising community. See, there's stuff like that, and recently in the Metal Gear Solid community, there's been Metal Gear Solid Mobile, which I think Person Suit doing. But that's something that's cropped up among a couple of Metal Gear Solid diehards and speedrunners, where it's like this particular model phone that could run Metal Gear Solid Mobile. So, I don't know. There might be some difficult out there way of setting up Orphan and Escape and capturing it and all of that. But I never found a reliable method to do it. Otherwise, I would have streamed them long ago. But yeah, maybe if there's been developments in that, I need to look into it some more and see if there is anything new on the Silent Hill mobile front, as far as emulation or ways to get that stuff. But if I can figure out a way to do it, you can guarantee, like, I will play it. I will stream it. Audio jump scare. Another one of the few kind of sudden jump scare type things in this game. Clear out everything. Floor by floor, door by door. Let's get that first aid kit. Blood pack. And let's look at Toad from Super Mario Brothers on the wall behind where I picked up the blood pack. It's just like I said earlier, I was talking about how your brain just looks for patterns. It's just where those textures happen to be mirrored and meeting. But it looks like Toad. That's a Super Mario Brothers Toad sprite. You can see the little white mushroom cap, the 3 spots on it, the face, the body, the dark part at the bottom where his little feet are. And a star. Yeah, star background. It's one of those things that I'd noticed like a long time ago, and I just, once you see it, you can't unsee it. Go. Good old Toad. Had an LG flip phone, but God only knows what model. I don't even remember what kind of phone I had at the time, but yeah, I was a teenager working one of my first jobs. I was working in a shoe store, and a lot of times it was super slow, and I was bored out of my mind. So for the first time, I started trying to buy games for my phone, and I wound up having Silent Hill Orphan, Silent Hill The Escape. I had Phoenix Wright, I think I had a mobile version of the first Phoenix Wright game. Bunch of shitty mobile games, just so that I could kill time while I was at work and bored. And then eventually I just bought other portable gaming things that I would bring to work that I wasn't supposed to have. Got a whole lot of use out of my Neo Geo Pocket Color. Playing Last Blade 2. PSP? No, PSP was not. I'm old. This is pre-PSP era. See, we got Lauphatus. Got 2 of our 4 plates. The pack. Have things we can go do. We can grab the health drinks out of the vending machine. Doctors. Possessed doctors with little bug things in their back. Is Pyramid Head in this one? No. Pyramid Head first appears in Silent Hill 2. And really should have never appeared again after Silent Hill 2, but he was just way too popular. They shove him in a whole bunch of stuff. Games and movies and comics, everything else. Another little audio jump scare in this room. See, how come they don't bring back monster doctors? Only nurses. Only nurses from here on out. Squish. Very Half-Life. I mean, yeah. Really is. Burping nurses in wheelchairs. Everyone's favorite Silent Hill classic enemies. Poor Silent Hill 4. And wheelchairs with cleavage. Maybe that'll be in the next game. though. Even though there's nothing. Something... Oh, wait, that's later. Just an audio scare in this one. A lot of times I mix up what stuff is in Alchemilla the first time around and what stuff doesn't show up until nowhere at the end of the game, when a lot of that is the hospital again. Oh, didn't listen for Lisa here. We'll examine the door and you can hear Lisa's footsteps. Locked. A sound is heard from beyond the door. Poor Lisa. Ordered a sandwich, thinking it'd be normal, and they literally just gave me bread. What? You're having a toast sandwich? A bread sandwich? Hit something with a pipe. Haven't done that yet. Look at that animation. Oh my god. Flail around. I love it. Unique animations based on what you kill things with. Hey, Death by Fugu. Good morning. There a command for these graphic settings? Exclamation point duck. It's not like a list of the specific settings that I'm using, but DuckStation's pretty easy, user-friendly. In fact, I can show you, like, take a moment. Boom, you pop open your settings, and everything is just kind of listed out here in the tabs. Go through just all sorts of stuff, mostly through display settings. Get your renderer, how you're running it, adjust the aspect ratio. So by default, it's 4:3. You can make it widescreen. Enhancement settings, the widescreen hack, to increase the field of view from 4:3. So it's not just stretching the game to 16:9, actually adjusting the field of view to fit 16:9. So you're keeping everything in the correct aspect ratio. Like models and your environments and stuff are all still where they're supposed to be, but it's widescreen. Texture filtering, true color rendering, scaled dithering, internal resolution, which I'm currently running at 4K. Geometry correction, which is what reduces that wall shifting and wobbly polygons. So texture corrections, culling correction, everything. You've got a lot of nice, easy to read descriptions of what every setting does. Toggle everything on and off so you can play around with what things you want to use, what things you don't want to use. If you want to go back and forth between classic PS1 graphics and enhancements to see what the stuff you're doing is changing. You toggle this and disable all enhancements. So there's a lot you can do with this emulator. DuckStation's been super, super impressive so far. But that's why there's no weird wall shifting. That's why Harry's model is not all wobbly. Used to use EPSXE, time to move into the future. I'm the same way. I was using EPSXE up until like 2 months ago, and I started messing around with DuckStation, and I absolutely love this emulator. It's still very early in its development. It's surprisingly good for where it's at already, but they're still constantly updating it, fixing it, making it more stable, adding more options. Plate of Hatter. There we go. We now have all 4 of our Alice in Wonderland themed plates. The red plate with a picture of a Queen of Hearts. Green plate with a picture of a Mad Hatter. Square blue plate with a picture of a mock turtle. And the yellow plate with a picture of the Cheshire Cat. Take that. Where to get games? The internet. Is this on Android? It is. It is available on Android. Check these other rooms. Clearing everything off the map. Look at Harry's pose. It's like standing sideways. And then just turning his waist to shoot. Definitely gonna need this lighter. We finally have a lighter. And we can't use it as a light source. Despite the fact that Harry had a lighter at the very beginning of the game. He uses a lighter for just light during the nightmare sequence in the alleyway at the very, very start. Because you hear him turn on a lighter, flick a lighter open. Says, oh well, better than nothing. But then he doesn't have a lighter. Fine. Also, now that the textures are higher res, look at the bottom of the lighter when it rotates around. It straight up says Zippo. They definitely did not get permission to use that, and they didn't change the name of it at all. That is a Zippo brand lighter. How about that? Stuff you can only notice with, like, crazy upscaled graphics. That's probably why it's in there. They figured nobody will be able to see this. On a CRT TV, on a PlayStation 1 in 1999, no one's going to see it. Always thought he dropped it after being attacked. I mean, it is a nightmare sequence. We don't know how much of it is real or not. It's kind of a nightmare, but kind of a premonition. But also, how did he get to the diner? There's a lot of mystery in that opening sequence. I can't explain. It's an Odiz. Alright, so we've got a puzzle using our Alice in Wonderland themed plates, clouds flowing over a hill, sky on a sunny day, tangerines that are bitter, lucky four-leaf clover, violets in the garden, dandelions along a path, unavoidable sleeping time, liquid flowing from a slashed wrist. That really ramps up at the end. Locked. There are 4 square indentations on the door. At the top we have white, at the bottom we have purple, at the left we have black, at the right we have orange. So we just need to put everything in the proper color order. It's going around clockwise. So starting at the top was the white square. Clouds flowing over a hill would be white. Sky on a sunny day, blue. Tangerines that are bitter, orange. So we know the top right is blue. Lucky four-leaf clover would be green, bottom right. Violets in the garden, purple square. Dandelions along a path, the yellow at the bottom left. Unavoidable sleeping time, nighttime, the black square on the left. Liquid flowing from a slashed wrist. Top left would be red or blood. Guy on a sunny day. Lucky four-leaf clover. Dandelions along a path. Liquid flowing from a slashed wrist. What happens if you get them wrong? I'll show you. Nothing. It just doesn't open. It asks, which one do you want to remove? Good question, though. Always worth kind of thinking about. Because sometimes stuff does happen with Silent Hill puzzles when you get them wrong. Not often, but sometimes it does. What's the lore reason for all these puzzles? Are they manifestations too? Yes, they are. So everything, the puzzles, the monsters, all of it, reality is being basically overlaid with a nightmare, specifically Alessa's nightmare. But it's not just her nightmare. It's all sorts of things from Alessa's mind. Some of them are things that she's afraid of. She's scared of dogs. She doesn't like fire. You know, she was scared of a book about dinosaurs. So we get things like the air screamers and the skinned dogs. A story about a giant lizard that eats people. We get the split head boss at the end of Midwich. But she's also a fan of fairy tales. She read or was read a lot of fairy tale books. We find these later in Alessa's room towards the end of the game. So things like The Wizard of Oz, Alice in Wonderland, these are all stories that Alessa was fond of. So they manifest themselves through these puzzles, through these keys, through these things needed to progress through the nightmare. So that's where we get these Alice in Wonderland themed puzzles for this. It was Wizard of Oz with the 3 keys at the beginning of the game, the Tin Man, the lion, and the scarecrow key. So, does the plate description say what color the plate is? It does. It does. So even if you're colorblind, you can theoretically still solve that. Albeit not as intuitively, but yeah. Been eaten by a fridge once. We're gonna get eaten by a fridge later, because I love showing off that death scene. When we get to that point, I will definitely show that. Trying to think, what are some other puzzles that punish you when you get them wrong? Silent Hill 2, the elevator puzzle, where you have to go to the storage room after the weird elevator game show. If you don't, if you go to the storage room and put in the wrong numbers, instead of the box opening, it sprays you with poison in your face. The news puzzle. Yeah, the news puzzle. If you get it wrong, it spawns lying figures in the hallway so that you have to run around them or fight them to go back to the other room and try again. If she wants Harry to help her, why is she putting all these obstacles in front of him? Or are they there to mess with the cult? Alessa's not in control of it. That's one of the biggest misconceptions about a lot of this. Like, well, she has very, very little control. So a lot of times it's just the spiritual power taking something from her mind and doing something with it. Not necessarily her willing these things to be the way they are. She's able to do some stuff. She can make it look like Cheryl is running around, you know, a little ghost of Cheryl, to make Harry run a particular direction or go kind of start his journey into the town at the beginning. She can manifest the seal of Metatron around different areas to try to protect certain areas from the nightmare and from the other influence of the Otherworld. So she can do a little bit, but as the game progresses, she's also getting weaker and having less and less control as you get closer and closer towards the end of the game. So yeah, Alessa, she can do some stuff, but most of these things, the creatures, the Otherworld, the puzzles, all of these things that are kind of being a hindrance are not her, you know, not her control, not something that she wants to happen. Dancing in the elevator while the quiz is going. Yeah. I love my dancing segments. We've got a dancing segment in Silent Hill 1 as well. We'll get to it. Gonna have a lock that'll only break if we hit it hard. And we always hit it hard. Discovered Dagoth Wave through Heather's dance in the Funhouse in Silent Hill 3. I'm glad I could introduce you to Dagoth Wave. You should definitely follow or subscribe or whatever to Young Scrolls on YouTube, who makes amazing music out of Elder Scrolls dialogue and other things. It's It's very impressive. It's harder than making like normal music. Like for me as a musician, that's super impressive. All of Young Scroll's stuff. And Dagoth Wave is great, but he's also put a ton of other stuff out there. So, especially if you're an Elder Scrolls fan, check out the channel and listen to a lot of his music. All very, very good. Basement key. Basement key. Lighter. Alcohol. We're ready. Let's go to the basement. Another one from them that is good but can't recall the title. The one with the vampire lady that's sort of rap style. Blood Gang. I love Blood Gang. One of my favorites. Baron Sadri has such good lines in Blood Gang. Chalice with some fresh cattle juice. I'm really comfy in my vampire boots. Olag ballin' every day, act a fool. So good. So fucking good. Molag ballin' every day. Pathetic creature, run up on you, run you through. Hey, undercover snatcher. Yes, sir. Silent Hill. The classic. But being run on an emulator so that it doesn't look so classic. We're also talking about it quite in depth. We still got a long way to go, too, and it's been 8.5 hours. I should probably take another break soon. Make some more tea. We're almost done with the hospital, so we'll wrap this up. And then I'll take a short break, make some tea, and then come back and do some more. We're going to finish it all tonight, however long it takes. I guess not tonight. It's 7:30 a.m. for me now. I started at 11 p.m. Or disinfecting alcohol on the vines. The vines absorbed the alcohol. Now they are quite flammable. Tonight. Yeah, I know. I have such a weird sleep schedule, and I usually stream at such weird hours. If it's nighttime when I start something, it's nighttime until I finish that thing. Whatever time I wake up is morning. You can't tell me how to live my life. I don't follow your rules, society. How it is. No. Stop. 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 Have some blood, gang. Blood Gang's great. All of Young Skrull's stuff is pretty fucking good. Bloody videotape. Nothing on the label. Black spine. Found on second floor hospital basement. I have a Silent Hill Black Spine edition. Did they watch this one on Best of the Worst? That would be absolutely amazing. I just want to edit that now. I want to take the Black Spine edition episodes and edit one in. And oh man, there's one of the episodes where one of the tapes doesn't work, so they just show the static on the TV and just replace the static with like edit in the audio and the video from the Lisa tape. That'd be fun. That'd be fun to do for memes. Record this one. We could just record it onto a Black Spine VHS tape and send it in. But now, did you see?
What's this?
Well, we'll talk about it after this. There's the lore to talk about.
Looks like someone's been here.
Alessa. Alessa? Examination room key. Take it. Now we can get into the examination room with Lisa. And Harry somehow picks up on the fact that somebody's been here. Medicine bottles, bloody hospital bed. Well, blood or shit, something. Stains, grossness. This was Alessa's room. She's been in this room for 7 years. And at this point has already been moved out of here by Dahlia and Kaufman because they're planning on, well, Dahlia is planning on completing the ritual, the birth of their god. Because Cheryl, the other half of Alessa's soul, has now returned, thanks to Harry. So she's very close. She's very close to being able to finish this ritual that has taken 7 years. Alessa delayed it for that long by splitting her soul. And now Dahlia's going to get a chance to actually complete it if given the opportunity. So Alessa has been moved from her room that she's been in for so long back to the Gillespie house, the basement. So basically there's Horcruxes in this game? Yeah, kind of. Kind of. Long before Horcruxes were a thing. Well, not... Actually, when was the first Harry Potter book? This game was 1999. Harry Potter books were around the same time, almost, right? '97? Dang. So yeah, Horcruxes were kind of a thing. It's that old? Yeah, because I remember the Harry Potter series first coming out when I was in like middle school, so I figured it was around that time, but didn't know exactly when. So we can go to Lisa's room, but we need to go to room 302. Horcruxes weren't involved until the end of the series, I think. Well, I know they weren't like a major part of it, but I think they're mentioned earlier on. It's been a long time since I read them. I feel like they were mentioned. They just weren't like a major part of the story until later. Go 302. We can watch our Black Spine, the Black Spine edition. Huh. Well, get a little bit of info from that, but not much. Luckily, later on, once we're in Nowhere and we revisit parts of the hospital, we can rewatch it and it'll work properly. So now that we've heard a little bit of the audio, time to go meet the person who was talking. Examination room. Floor? I just woke up. Where am I? Welcome, Young. You are at the NubZombie stream in-depth story playthrough of Silent Hill 1. I'm guessing you fell asleep during a raid or a host. Wound up here. Were you watching Ecdysis? Axilobes? Or Kemi Rowe? We've had a few big raids. Was watching Maxi? There you go. Yep. Maxi raided over here. He wrapped up Resident Evil routing. And we are chilling, going through some Silent Hill 1, talking about it at great length, in depth. And we still got a lot to go. I'm still going to be at this for at least another few hours, because there's still a lot of game left. A lot of things to look at, a lot of things to talk about. And we're going to talk to Lisa, the nurse whose voice we just heard on that Black Spine videotape.
Finally, someone else who's okay.
Who are you?
My name's Lisa Garland. What's yours?
Harry Mason.
Harry, tell me what's happening here. Where is everybody? I must have gotten knocked out. When I came to, everyone was gone. It's awful.
So you don't know anything either. Great. I just don't get it. It's like this is all some kind of bad dream.
Yeah, a living nightmare.
Let me ask you, have you seen a little girl around here? Short, black hair, 7 years old?
A 7-year-old girl. What, she's your daughter?
Yes.
A 7-year-old girl. I can't say that I have. I was unconscious all this time. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Do you know anything about all that weird stuff in the basement?
No? Why? Is there something down there?
You don't know? Don't you work here?
We're under strict orders never to enter the basement storeroom. So I really don't know. What did you say was down there?
Well, it's... Damn! My head.
What's wrong? Harry? Harry, let me help you. Harry?
Was I dreaming?
You were too late.
It's you.
Yes, Dahlia Gillespie.
Tell me everything you know. What's going on?
Darkness. The town is being devoured by darkness. Strength must overcome petty desire, childish sleep talk. I knew this day would come.
What are you talking about? I don't understand a word of this.
Believe the evidence of your eyes. The other church in this town, that is your destination. This is beyond my abilities. Only you can stop it now. Have you not seen the crest marked on the ground all over town?
So that's what I saw in the schoolyard. What does it mean?
It is the mark of Samael. Don't let it be completed.
Hey, wait!
More lies. More lies from Dahlia. Trying to tell you Seal of Metatron is the mark of Samael, that it's a bad thing. Yes, for what she wants to do, it is a bad thing, but it's good. It's warding off the nightmare. It's Alessa's attempts to keep the Otherworld from spreading, overtaking the rest of the town. But once again, we don't really know. Harry doesn't know anyway who to believe. He's just kind of going along with it, still just trying to find his daughter. All he wants, man. And Dahlia, without mentioning it, she holds it up and shows it to you and sets it on the desk, but never says a word about it. Puts a key down. Tagged key with a shop name on it that Dahlia left at the hospital. Key for the Green Lion Antique Store. So, again, she's kind of trying to direct you. and lying to you in the process, trying to get, Harry to believe her so that he can sort of help without knowing what he's helping with. But we'll see. Where's Lisa now? So Harry always meets Lisa under strange circumstances. He was in the Otherworld. Up to this point, we haven't met other people in the Otherworld. Only sort of in the fog. Cybil in the diner. Kaufman when you first get to the hospital, but before it goes to the Otherworld. Dahlia in the church. But then Lisa, the first person that we encounter while actively in the Otherworld, start to talk to her, hear the sirens, world comes back to fog, and Lisa is gone. This is our first hint at what Lisa is. Because by the time Harry already got to Silent Hill, Lisa was already dead. Lisa's been dead. But she was the nurse that was caring for Alessa. And the town is taking elements from Alessa's mind, manifesting them, specifically in the Otherworld. So while we're in the Otherworld, we get to encounter Lisa, manifested from Alessa's memories of her. And because Lisa was one of the few people who was actually kind to Alessa, she's one of the few people who actually took care of her, she doesn't take on like a monstrous form, not one of those nurses walking around with things in their back trying to stab you or anything like that. She kind of gets to retain something of her human self, but it's still not quite her. It's not quite right. And as the game progresses, that image of Lisa, that manifestation sort of starts to deteriorate up until our final interaction with Lisa. It's going to happen much later. But yeah, that's the big reveal with Lisa. And it's our first little hint. Strange circumstances where you interact with her. Even from the very beginning. Different from everybody else. Okay. So we've got a save point made. I have been going for about 5 hours since my last break. And we're coming up on 9 hours total for the stream. Still going to finish this game during this stream. We've still got a lot to cover, but I need to take a break, use the restroom, stretch my legs, go and make myself another cup of tea,